Chapter 930. In particular, each team represented its own town or city, which made the spectators more inclined and invested in the game. Although they did not understand many of the rules, it did not stop them from cheering for the teams in their own region. They even quarreled with the spectators from other regions. As the football game continued, a strange phenomenon kept happening in Rome. The conflicts between the original Rome citizens and the newly migrated citizens of Dionia had decreased. Even after the game, they could be seen putting their arms around each other's shoulders and shouting the names of the players of their respective teams in their own language. On the other hand, the citizens of various demos had begun to quarrel with each other. While the people of Rome were celebrating, the soldiers of Dionia in the camp outside Saturnicum were quite depressed. To prevent the spread of the plague, they had to obey the order to stay in their tents as much as possible. They could not gather in the camp, nor could they hold various competitive sports in the camp. They even had to be checked by the doctors every day. It was the most boring day of the Hades celebration. The only fortunate thing was that the King of Devers would visit the soldiers in the tents from time to time. This was also the first time the soldiers had direct contact with the King of Dionia. The doctors and nurses were busier. They had to wear tightly wrapped clothes every day and run from camp to camp. They were busy with examinations and treatment, especially those who were sent to the camps of Rome suffering from the plague. They had to risk being infected at any time. But even so, many doctors still rushed to go because it was a rare opportunity for them to combine theory with practice. The medical staff of Dionia carefully treated and took care of the injured and infected soldiers of Rome, treating them like family. They gradually moved and eliminated the hatred of the soldiers of Rome against the people of Dionia. The chief medical officer, Stesichordes, often wrote to Hippocrates, who lived in Turiae, to consult him about the problems encountered in the treatment. When Hippocrates, who was already in his 70s, learned that there was a plague in Latin, he insisted on going by ship. He was dissuaded by his students many times and failed to make the trip. But later, the story of his willingness to risk his life for the sake of medicine spread and inspired countless doctors of Dionia. The Hades celebration and football games in Turiae were not as good as in previous years. The towns of Sicily could not send teams to participate because of the war. The best players in other cities were often the best soldiers. They were either with the King of Devers in the expedition to Latin or under the command of Alexis in the mountains of Semini. In addition, the enemy appeared in the Apulian region. A fleet of more than 500 soldiers landed on the coast near Barum. They carried the flag of the former kingdom of Pacheti and shouted the slogan, "Drive the people of Dionia away. Give freedom to the people of Pacheti," but they rushed into the nearby villages to loot. The people of the neighboring towns hated their banditry and quickly gathered the citizens of the legion reserve in the city to form an army of 600 people. Under the command of the 2nd Cavalry Legion, who rushed over after hearing the news, they launched an attack on the enemy entrenched in the village and defeated them in one fell swoop. From the captives, it was learned that there might be a few remaining forces of Apulia attacking in the following period of time. The Senate made a decision. The towns of the Apulian region did not need to send teams to Turiae to participate in the competition. They had to complete the autumn harvest as soon as possible and fully prepare for the defense. They also asked the Ministry of Military Affairs to inform the 9th Legion and the 2nd Cavalry Legion to be stationed in the barracks of Pacheti. For the time being, they would be under the command of the commander of the 9th Legion, Tegtinos, to take charge of the middle road and be responsible for counterattacking the enemies landing from the various coasts of Apulia. The decision of the Senate aroused opposition from the people of the towns of Apulia, especially Messapi and Pacheti. They sent people to the Senate of Turiae to plead with the senators and stated that sending teams to participate in the competition would not affect their defense against possible enemies. The Senate finally agreed to their request, but this incident aroused the resentment of the people of Apulia against the enemy. Under the situation where the people of Apulia were united against the enemy, the few people who were secretly in contact with the remaining forces did not dare to act rashly. During the celebration, there was one thing that the people of Turii had been talking about. Due to the absence of the king of Devers, it was reasonable to say that the person in charge of the ceremony in the main temple of Hades on the day of the ceremony should be replaced by the scepter priest of the kingdom, Plesines. However, Plesines expressed his refusal. He insisted that on the day of Pluto's birthday, his descendants should preside over the ceremony to please the gloomy king of the night, so that he could better protect the kingdom in this special year. Most of the senators agreed with this, but the actual situation was a little troublesome. Not only were the Devers not in Turii, but even his only adult son, Clodocatax, was not in Turii, and the other children were still young. After discussion, the senators finally decided that Queen Christoia would be responsible for presiding over the ceremony. In the eyes of the senators, although Christoia was not a descendant of Pluto, she was the wife of the king of Devers. They were family, and Hades would not have too much of an opinion. Why not choose Agnes? The reason was simple. She was already the chief priest of the temple of Hera. If she presided over the ceremony, it would anger the two gods, Hades and Hera. Of course, Christoia's influence on the senators was also the reason why the senators did not express strong objections. So on the day of the ceremony, the graceful Queen Christoia stood in front of the altar in the main temple of Hades, solemnly reciting the sacrificial words to Hades. Her beautiful and noble face and clear and melodious voice became the most unforgettable scene of this ceremony. While the people of Dionia and Magna Graecia celebrated to get rid of the gloom brought about by the war, the people of Dionia in Sicily were gradually ushering in the most difficult time of the war. Margot led more than 50,000 soldiers over the mountains and entered the southern edge of the Catania plain. He built a camp between the city of Leontini and Paragonia, attempting to cut off the connection between these towns and isolate Paragonia. Therefore, during the construction of the Carthage camp, the garrison of Paragonia and the new barracks of Cadanae, not far north of Leontini, repeatedly sent troops to harass the Carthage army. However, because Margot was always on guard, they were unable to achieve great results. On the contrary, there was one time when the Carthage cavalry intercepted the army that came out of the new barracks to harass the Carthage army, could not retreat in time, and suffered a lot of casualties. This also made the commander of the 7th Legion, Beru, more cautious in using his troops. However, the Dionysian army's attack also caused the construction of the Carthage barracks to be roughly completed after a few days. During this period, Margot did not stay idle. He sent thousands of Namibian cavalry to break into the Catania plain in an attempt to plunder the people and supplies of Cadanae. However, Cypros and Leotychides had long expected this. Just before the Carthage army approached Paragonia, they had mobilized all the people of Dionia living outside the city to bring supplies and temporarily move into the city of Cadanae. The Namibian cavalry, who failed to gain anything, began to destroy villages, farmlands, and other facilities. As a result, on the Catania plain, piles of fire were ignited, and villages were reduced to ashes in the fire. The only fortunate thing was that Paragonia had successfully blocked the Carthage army for a few days, allowing the people on the Catania plain to complete the autumn harvest in time. The people hiding in the city of Cadanae were very anxious when they learned that their homes had been destroyed. They gathered together and petitioned the city hall, hoping that the army could repel the foreign cavalry that was wreaking havoc on the plain. Since the main force of Carthage was attacking from the south of the Catania plain, Leotychides had led half of the 8th Legion to retreat from Aegilion to the city of Cadanae. These days, Leotychides went to the top of the city to inspect the defense situation during the day and listen to the reports of the scouts. At night, he stayed in the study, looking at the map and thinking. When Cypros came to visit Leotychides, as he expected, the Sicilian commander was still in the study. "Persosis, the outside world is in chaos now, and you can still sit still," Cypros said, half jokingly and half seriously when he saw him. Leotychides knew what he was talking about and said in a cold tone, "War is not a fight between children. If you are bullied, you have to take revenge immediately. I don't need to listen to the screams of some ignorant people." Cypros heard this and frowned slightly. He advised in a gentle tone, "You have to understand the pain of the people losing their homes. Although their anger is a little irrational, I'm afraid that it will affect your soldiers. You have to know that the soldiers of the 8th Legion and the reserves are mostly Kadani, and their houses and farmlands have also been destroyed. I'm afraid that this will have a significant impact on their morale, won't it?" Leotychides looked away from the map and looked at Cypros and asked, "Is there anything unusual?" "I'm not sure about that, but I think the soldiers will more or less have some thoughts," Cypros replied awkwardly. "You think?" Leotychides raised his eyebrows. Considering that Cypros was the wartime governor of Sicily, he still needed his strong support to command the battle. He swallowed the sarcastic words that he was about to blurt out and barely suppressed his emotions. He said, "I'll pay attention to the situation of the soldiers, but now the people of Carthage are hoping to lure our army out of the city so that they can use their advantage in numbers to defeat us in the field and reduce the resistance for the future conquest of Kadani. So we have to stay calm and not fall into the trap of the people of Carthage. Lord Cypros, is there anything important that you came to see me for?" Chapter 931. Cypros looked at the expressionless face of Leotychides, suspecting that the latter's last question was deliberate. His main purpose of coming here was to help the people of Kadani repel the Carthage cavalry that was wreaking havoc on the Catania plains. He coughed dryly and quickly thought of a new topic. "We haven't received any news for a few days. What's the situation in the south of the Catania plains now?" Leotychides' interest was piqued at the mention of military affairs. Of course, the premise was that Cypros, as the viceroy, was qualified to know the whole situation of the war, and Leotychides also needed to explain his next strategy to him in order to gain his support. So he gestured for Cypros to sit down. Then Leotychides pointed at the map and said, "In the past 2 days, the scouts we sent out have either gone missing or returned with injuries. There is no new information at all. The Carthaginian cavalry is not only destroying the Catania plains, they are also blocking our communication with the southern side of the Catania plains. We don't know the current situation of the 7th Legion, nor do we know the situation of Paragonia, let alone Leontini. The only thing we know is that Tanis is surrounded by Syracuse, but the Syracuse army is not attacking with full force. This is the report that the Sicilian fleet makes every day. I believe you already know about it. But other than this, Leotychides pointed at Paragonia, Hina, Leontini, and the new Catania barracks not far to the north on the map. He then drew a large circle on the west and south of Catania, covering almost half of the Catania plains. This large area has been completely covered by the Carthage cavalry. We don't know the situation of the 7th Legion and their allies in the south, and we don't know the position and movement of the enemy's main army. So, under such circumstances, if we send our troops out of the city to attack the Carthage cavalry, we might run into Carthage's main army not long after we leave the city." In the end, Leotychides returned to the previous question, but Cypros did not mind. Leotychides' words had made him feel the seriousness of the war. He asked worriedly, "So, according to your judgment, what could the Carthage army be doing now?" Staring at the map, Leotychides said with self-reproach and confidence, "Although I have neglected the fact that the huge Carthage cavalry will cover the entire battlefield, making it difficult for us to communicate with each other, and causing some of the previous plans to be unable to be implemented, I can still guess the movements of the Carthage army. They are either attacking Paragonia or Leontini, because they only have these two choices. If they take down Paragonia, not only can the Carthage army open up the flat road from Camelina to the Catania plains, which will facilitate the transportation of their rations and supplies, but they can also support the other Carthage army that is surrounding Hina. After all, Hina is not too far away from Paragonia. As long as they take down Hina, the entire southwest region of the Catania plains will be completely under the control of the Carthage army, and their army will be able to march straight to our city without any worries. And if the Carthage army attacks Leontini, as long as they take it, the Carthage army will either continue to the north, go around Lake Leontini and attack our new barracks, or lead their army to the east, rendezvous with Syracuse, and attack Taunus. Once Taunus falls, their allied army will go straight to Catania. After listening to Leotychides' words, Cypros fell into deep thought with a solemn expression. He then asked with uncertainty, "From what you said, the Carthage army is most likely to choose to attack Paragonia." As expected of the most capable chief executive of Sicily, even if he's not commanding a battle, he can still find the right answer through his excellent political sense. Leotychides nodded approvingly in his heart. "I think that although the Carthage army and Syracuse have now joined forces to fight against us, Dionia, they have been fighting each other for decades after all, so it's impossible for them to be very close to each other. If the Carthage army chooses to attack Leontini and Taunus, then they will have to rely on Syracuse to transport their rations. I don't think any commander of an army will be able to completely entrust the food transportation line that concerns the life and death of the army to an ally who was their mortal enemy a few years ago. And after taking Paragonia, the rear of the Carthage army will be completely under their control. Not only will they be able to attack Catania without worry, they can also attack Hina, Agilion, and Hebida, occupying the entire Sycur Mountains. By then, they will not only be a threat to Catania, but also Naxos and Sicily. The Carthage army will have a lot of options to choose from. Cypros was even more worried now. He asked anxiously, "Can Paragonia be defended?" Leotychides hesitated for a moment, then said with certainty, "Lord Cypros, you should know that a few months ago, before the Carthage army really joined the war, we had already used Paragonia as a fortress to defend against the Carthage army's attack. We have been continuously strengthening its defenses and building a large number of defensive facilities. That's why Paragonia has been blocking the attack of the Carthage army for several days, and the Carthage army has not even been able to break through the outer perimeter of Paragonia. Originally, there were 2,000 reserve soldiers in the town of Paragonia, and a few days ago, the 7th Legion sent another 2,000 soldiers to the town. For a small defensive fortress, this number of soldiers is more than enough. Even if the Carthage army were to attack from the north now, even if they send all their troops, it will not be possible to take it down in a short period of time. And what we need most now is to buy time." Cypros understood that Leotychides was referring to the kingdom's reinforcements that would arrive soon, but he still looked a little worried. "I don't know much about military affairs, and I don't know much about the current changes in the war. But if we just passively take a beating and hope that the Carthage army will do exactly what we want, I'm worried that there will be accidents." Leotychides raised his head and looked at Cypros. He said in a serious tone, "Lord Cypros, do you really think that I've just been sitting at home and doing nothing these few days?" Cypros could hear the dissatisfaction in Leotychides' words, but his expression did not change, and he did not respond. Leotychides looked at him coldly for a while and continued, "This time the Carthage army greatly outnumbers us, and their combat power is not weak, and they are well equipped. It is true that we can't fight them head-on, but this does not mean that the Carthage army has no weaknesses. Their biggest weakness is the transportation of food. Even though the autumn harvest has just ended, and the Carthage army has received food from the city-states on the south coast, and may even receive assistance from Syracuse, it is still far from enough for an army of up to 100,000 soldiers. According to my deduction, the food supply in Sicily can probably only last the Carthage army for a month or two, and they will need more food from Carthage. But look," Leotychides' finger pointed at the Carthage city icon on the map, and then moved across the western sea to the west of Sicily, and then along the southern coastline to Paragonia. His tone was still cold, but his eyes were clearly brighter. With such a long transportation route, the Carthage army cannot guarantee its safety. After the Carthage army's attack on Paragonia from the south was thwarted, I concluded that they were going to cross the mountains, so I contacted the Cycles and had them organize a group of warriors to infiltrate the mountains at the southern edge of the Catania Plains and wait for an opportunity to ambush the Carthage's grain transportation team. But unfortunately, there are many Iberian natives in the Carthage army, and they are very good at fighting in the mountains. So the Cycles have not been able to achieve any results so far. But as long as the Cycles are active in that area, the Carthage army will never dare to let down their guard, and this will take up a lot of their energy. Furthermore, the Sicilian fleet, led by Sicurian, is constantly patrolling the southern coast. And as soon as they discover the Carthage's grain transportation team, they can land at any time and send their infantry to attack. I have also discussed with Sicurian, and as long as he feels that it is feasible, I can send a few thousand soldiers under his command at any time, and they can board the Sicilian fleet to recapture any city on the southern coast, and even attack the Phoenician towns in the west of Sicily. The larger the Carthage army, the faster their army will collapse once the grain transportation line is cut off. At this point, Leotychides' eyes were like lightning, and he looked straight at Cypros. So we do not have to fear the Carthage army's fierce attack. Even if the village is burned down, it can still be rebuilt. Even if the farmland is destroyed, the land is still there. As long as we hold Catania and wait for the right time, the Carthage army will expose their Achilles' heel. And when that time comes, Leotychides' right hand chopped down forcefully. After a while, Cypros smiled and said, "I'm relieved to hear that from you, Lord Prosoius. Don't worry, I will find a way to appease the people." After Cypros left, Leotychides was still looking at the map, his eyes focused on the icon of Paragonia. There was a worry in his heart that he did not mention just now. How long could Paragonia last? At this time the adjutant Tagr came in and said, "My lord, Acidames wants to see you." Leotychides' face darkened. I have told him many times that now is not the time for the cavalry to attack. Why does he not listen? Chapter 932. "Sir, he seems to be here for something else this time," Tagr said softly. "Then let him in." Leotychides rubbed his eyes, but his expression did not relax at all. So, as soon as Acidames stepped through the door, he warned in advance, "I hope you are not here to talk to me about the cavalry attack. I have already told you, now is not the time." "Commander." Acidames was stunned and quickly explained, "I have thought of a way to reduce the threat of Carthage's cavalry." Leotychides finally turned his head and looked at him, asking, "What is it?" Acidames said seriously, "Commander, Carthage's cavalry is large in number, but most of them are Namibian cavalry. As far as I know, the horses these Namibians ride are short, but they can run very fast. Also, they have a special characteristic, which is that they are more tolerant of hunger. They can carry the Namibians into battle just by eating grass, but they have to eat constantly." Leotychides' heart skipped a beat. He leaned forward slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing that the bad-tempered commander was interested, Acidames immediately perked up and spoke more fluently. "Carthage scattered thousands of cavalry on our Catania plains. I am afraid that it is not only to destroy our villages and cover our eyes and ears, but also to solve the food problem of these horses. It is now autumn. The grass on the ground has begun to wither. Since the Carthage have burned our villages, we can use the night to boldly burn the weeds on the plains. This way, the Carthage's cavalry will not dare to be so active on the plains. Burn the grass on the entire plains." Leotychides pondered for a while, then said hesitantly, "Acidames, you are a Carthage, so you should be familiar with the situation here. Even if the plains are burned to the ground, as long as there is a rain or two, grass will quickly grow back on the ground. But it rarely rains in Carthage in September and October." Acidames had obviously considered this problem before. He quickly replied. Leotychides also quickly made a decision. "Tagr, go and get Cypros immediately. I need to discuss with him." "Yes, sir." Tagr immediately ran out, because Cypros had just left, so he should be able to intercept him on the way. As he ran, he thought to himself, Cypros is the governor of Sicily. He is open-minded and always takes the initiative to talk about problems. It seems like the commander is used to this, ordering Cypros. This is not a good thing. I have to find a chance to remind him. In the kitchen, Leotizides stared at the map and murmured, "Although I don't know if this method will really work, we have to give it a try. Even if the current situation is very unfavorable to us, we should not lose confidence. We have to work hard to find an opportunity." "Sir Commander, you're right." As Leotychides analyzed, Margot had indeed targeted the attack on Paragonia. The north of Paragonia was also heavily defended, but compared to the south, the terrain was more open, which was more conducive for the deployment of the army. Margot had learned some lessons from the failure of the previous attack on the south, and when the camp was being built, he ordered the engineers to start assembling the ballistae, and after giving the order to attack, dozens of ballistae began to bombard the sentry towers in the trap area. At the same time, he also ordered tens of thousands of Namibian infantrymen formed by Carthage to dig up the soil. Because Paragonia was located at the foot of the mountain, the soil was harder, so the soldiers had to dig up the soil from a farther place, and then transport it back to fill up all the traps and trenches in the north of Paragonia, paving a wide and safe passage. While cleaning up the periphery, in order to prevent the enemy from sneaking out of the city, he also ordered his elite troops to line up in front, ready to attack at any time. Moreover, he also transferred 10,000 soldiers stationed in Gera, increasing the number of soldiers in Carthage's camp to 60,000 to ensure that he had enough troops to attack Paragonia, and at the same time defend against attacks from the new camps in Leontini and Ionia. Although the garrison did not stop attacking, Carthage's soldiers did not suffer many casualties, and their morale was maintained. Although the siege on the periphery of Paragonia was slow, it had been steadily advancing. 3 days later, Carthage's army advanced to within 100 meters of the city, forcing all the defenders of Ionia to retreat into the city and stop attacking. Margot was finally able to observe the small city that had caused him a lot of trouble. After walking half a circle around it, he could not help but be surprised. This is the village that the Syracuse people talked about. The adjutant beside him explained, "My lord, I remember that the Syracuse people only said that Paragonia used to be a village. Since a few months ago, when the Dionysian army moved into Paragonia and moved the villagers, no one was allowed to come close. They did not know what the current situation of Paragonia is like." Margot glanced at him and said, "You sure know how to defend the people of Silla-Cosa." The adjutant was so scared that he did not dare to speak again. Margot gazed at Paragonia in front of him. There was a white city standing in the middle of the densely packed stag. It was not big, but its shape was different from any city Margot had seen before. It was surrounded by a wall about 4 meters high. There were many protruding, circular towers in the wall. Surprisingly, there was a circular building that was 2 to 3 meters higher than the wall. It was like a concentric circle within a big circle. Although Margot had never attacked such a strange city before, with his many years of experience, he also had a hunch that this small city of Paragonia was somewhat unusual. Subconsciously, he urged his horse forward, wanting to observe more carefully. Suddenly, he heard the guards on his left and right shouting, "My lord, be careful!" A few black dots suddenly appeared in the air in front of him and whistled. Margot hurriedly clamped the horse's belly, but the war horse under him did not move. The guards beside him hurriedly stabbed the horse's hip with a spear. The war horse neighed and rushed forward, almost throwing Margot to the ground. At this time, a few stones had already smashed down, and a few shrill screams were immediately heard. The area around Margot was a bloody mess. Brother Mom managed to control his war horse with great difficulty, but it was too late to turn around. Seeing this scene, he frowned and said, "Retreat." In the process of retreating, he did not forget to ask the adjutant, "Where did the enemy's stones come from?" The adjutant shook his head to show that he did not see clearly. Margot glared at him again. Even if this young adjutant was a member of the Magonid family, he could not help but want to replace him at this time. "My lord, it seems like it was shot from the city." A guard said. Margot was stunned and asked, "Are you sure it was from the city, and not from inside?" "My lord, I saw it too. It was indeed from the city," another soldier said. Margot pulled the reins and turned to look at the blood-stained stones on the ground. He then looked up at the walls of Paragonia in front of him. At this time there was no movement, but Margot's expression became serious. At this time on the tower of Paragonia's wall facing Margot, a Dionia officer wearing a helmet with a purple tassel was bending over and looking out through the gap between the battlements. "Not bad. The stone's landing point is quite accurate. It's a pity that the big guy escaped." He turned back and said with some regret, "Captain, do you want us to continue firing?" The ballista's spotter asked. 10 years ago, the spotter of Dionia's ballista was exclusively held by the students of Dionia's Academy of Mathematics. They were responsible for providing the firing parameters and correcting the trajectory. 10 years later, as long as the spotter of Dionia's ballista was a citizen who graduated from a school in Dionia and was good at mathematics, this was the result of the popularization of education and the improvement of the ballista. The captain shook his head and said, "He's already alerted. It's impossible to launch a surprise attack. Don't waste the stone. When the enemy attacks the city, you'll be busy." "Captain, you don't have to worry. A few days ago, Carthage's ballista was rampant and destroyed many of our sentry towers. Now it's our turn to show our power." As soon as the spotter's voice fell, the archer beside him immediately said, "That's right, as long as Carthage's ballista dares to enter our range, we can destroy it." Their words caused the surrounding soldiers to respond positively. The captain was satisfied that the soldiers could maintain such a strong fighting spirit in the face of Carthage's army siege. Of course, he knew that the source of the soldiers' confidence came mainly from this city. Half a year ago, Paragonia was a village with only a few residents. When Leotychides decided to use it as a forward base to resist Carthage's army, he didn't just strengthen the walls, dig trenches, and set traps on the village's foundation. Instead, he completely uprooted the village and built a fortress. The Ministry of Military Affairs had been researching and improving Dionia's military technology. In recent years, under the inspiration of the King of the Devers, the engineers of the Ministry of Military Affairs had designed a new defensive fortress and used it in the training projects of the barracks. Leotychides deeply felt the strength of its defense, so he decided to use it in actual combat. Not only did he gather the soldiers of the 8th Legion, but he also asked Cypros to mobilize the people of Catanise. Tens of thousands of people took turns to work, using ready-made bricks and wood from Paragonia, Devers cement made from Etna volcanic ash, plus a large amount of stone provided by Naxos. There were stone mines in Naxos near Tauromenion, and a large amount of wood provided by Hina and Aegilion. Chapter 933. Not only did he build a small fortress in just 3 months, but he also built a new military camp not far north of Leontini. Paragonia Fortress was not like the Law River Fortress, which was only used to set up checkpoints and collect fees. It was a real defensive fortress. A 5-meter wide and 5-meter deep trench surrounded Paragoria. The bottom of the trench was covered with sharp stakes, and both sides of the trench were densely packed with deer abatis, which made it quite difficult for the siege weapons to approach the city. Although the outer city wall was only 4 meters high, its structure from the inside to the outside was composed of rammed earth, stone bricks, stone slates, and cement. Not only was it thick and strong, but the walls were smooth and flat without any obvious gaps. The walls were also covered with thick lime powder. This was not for aesthetic purposes, but for a certain tactical purpose. The white walls would reflect light under the sun, which affected the attacking soldiers and made it more difficult for the antlers to climb the walls. At the same time, it could also reduce the impact of the stone bullets on the walls. The circular outer city wall could make it easier for the defenders to concentrate their forces on defense, and it could also make it easier for the reinforcements sent from the city to reach the top of the wall. At every section of the wall, there were round towers protruding out of the wall. They could strengthen the side attack of the enemy hiding under the wall or the antlers attacking the city. At the same time, the circular walls could also reduce the impact of external forces. The walkway at the top of the wall was not narrow, and the connected top of the tower was even more spacious. On top of each tower, there was a ballista and a bowler. On the ground were several boxes of stone bullets and iron. There were many soldiers guarding the battlements, so it did not seem crowded. Leotychides gathered all the ballista and bowlers in the Catani military camp to Paragonia. They were not only placed on the tower outside the wall, but also on the top of the tower in the center of the city. This tower was more than 6 meters high, and it was also a circular building with a diameter of 50 meters. Not only were there many ballista and bowlers on the top of the tower, but a large number of soldiers could also be deployed. They were protected by the battlements and could attack the enemies climbing the outer wall or entering the city from a commanding position. There were also a number of windows under the tower, which could also be used by the soldiers to attack the enemies under the tower. What Margot did not notice was that between the outer city wall and the central tower, there was another wall that was as tall as the outer city wall. It surrounded the central tower. Once the outer city wall was breached by the Carthaginians, the Dionysian soldiers could quickly retreat to the second city wall to defend. If the Carthaginians thought that they could seize Paragonia by breaching the outer city wall, they would let down their guard and undoubtedly suffer a great loss. The captain who was talking to the soldiers operating the ballista on the wall was the commander in charge of defending Paragonia. His name was Temenides, a native of Locri, and he was the captain of the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion. It had not been long since he took over the fortress. He was very excited to see that the fortress, which he could only come into contact with during training, was actually used in actual combat. Moreover, the fortress was larger and had more complete facilities. He was very confident in defending Paragonia. These days he had been leading the soldiers of the 7th Legion to familiarize themselves with the structure and facilities of the fortress, so that they would not be flustered in battle. Today, there were nearly 4,000 soldiers in the fortress. They were the 1st Heavy Infantry Brigade of the 7th Legion, the 7th Light Infantry Brigade, and the Heavy Infantry Reserve Brigade and the Light Infantry Reserve Brigade of the Sicilian Legion. In total, there were 2,000 heavy infantry and 2,000 light infantry, not including the ballista unit and the medical battalion. Temenides felt that the number of soldiers and the proportion of soldiers was just right for this small fortress. Although there were 4 captains in the fortress and Temenides was a newcomer, the 1st Brigade captain of the official legion had a higher status than the other brigade captains of the same legion. He was usually the future legion commander. According to the military law of Dionia, if the legion commander were to die in battle, the 1st Brigade captain would have to take over the legion commander's duties. Therefore, the other 3 brigade captains were more respectful to him, and in the fortress he could do everything he wanted. Temenides walked along the walkway, inspecting the soldiers' defensive work. He would occasionally chat with them, mainly with the Sicilian soldiers. His purpose was not only to understand their condition, but also to familiarize the Sicilian citizen soldiers with him as a commander, so that they could command in battle in the future. The soldiers of Rockley in the 7th Legion were conscientious and hardworking, but they were introverted and taciturn. Temenides was the only exception. He was outgoing, amiable, and good at mixing with the soldiers. This was one of the reasons why Beru had sent him to Paragonia as a commander. He was able to bring the soldiers of Rockley and Sicily together. "Captain, the enemy may be attacking." A soldier pointed outside the fortress and said loudly, "That's great. The Carthage are ready to give us the credit." Temenides said with a smile. The soldiers around him also laughed. Their faces were full of excitement, and the tension in their hearts dissipated in the laughter. The officers began to urge them to prepare for defense. Temenides also stood behind the battlements and carefully observed the situation of the Carthage soldiers. Obviously, the Carthage people had realized that they could no longer use the previous method of sending a large number of soldiers to clear the ground under the long-range attack of the defenders in the city. So Margot asked the engineers to make dozens of shield cars in advance. The Carthage soldiers lined them up to form a wooden wall and began to advance under the city. His plan was that every time the shield cars moved forward, the Namibian soldiers would carry soil and follow to fill the road. But things weren't that easy. Not long after, the soldiers pushing the carts were either stabbed in the legs by the wooden thorns or iron hooks buried in the ground, or the barricade carts fell into a trap and couldn't move forward. The wooden wall soon fell apart and was completely out of shape. The ballistae and crossbows of Dionia on top of the wall also began to show their power. Stone bullets hit the shield cars and broke in wood chips flew everywhere, becoming a nightmare for the surrounding soldiers. When the shield cars, known as the shield cars, faced the thick iron arrows that flew at them, not only did they have a big hole in the thick wooden plank, but the iron arrows that had not yet dissipated could still nail the soldiers, pushing the cars to the ground. They died a miserable death. Not only the soldiers pushing the cars, but also the soldiers preparing to fill the soil in the rear were all frightened and fled, leaving only the injured soldiers struggling and moaning in place. Margot was unwilling to give up and ordered the army to push the ballistae out to suppress the ballistae on the city. However, the ballistae of Dionia occupied a high position and had a longer range than the opponent. Therefore, before the Carthage ballistae could be pushed into a suitable position, they were attacked continuously by Dionia ballistae. Moreover, they often concentrated 3 or 4 ballistae to bombard one, which improved the hit rate. Margot made up his mind and simply pushed out all the ballista cannons. He also let them completely spread out on the northern periphery of Paragonia city. He wanted to reduce the threat of the Dionic ballista cannons with the advantage of numbers and angle deviation and gain a certain advantage. But then he was surprised to see that not only were stone bullets constantly fired from various wall towers on the northern semicircular wall, but soon the high tower in the center of the city also began to fire stone bullets. After a while, more than a dozen stone bullets were fired from the southern semicircular wall, crossing the entire city and landing near the Carthage ballistae. The accuracy was not low. This was a large-scale ballista battle. While the soldiers on both sides were frightened, it was also a feast for the eyes. However, the thrilling scene of dozens of stone bullets whistling in the air and constantly crisscrossing each other only lasted for more than 10 minutes. 9 ballistae of the Carthage army were destroyed, and dozens of people were killed or injured. On the other hand, except for a few small pits on the outer wall of Paragonia, the defenders were almost uninjured. Margot's face was livid. He realized that he still underestimated the difficulty of Paragonia. He had to suspend the attack, return to the camp, and gather his generals to discuss how to take down this tough rock. In October, the weather began to turn cold, but the temperature on the Africa continent was still a little hot. In the past, at this time, the citizens of Carthage liked to take their families to the inland of Namibia for leisure. There were a series of salt lakes here, where they could swim or sit by the lake, enjoy the beautiful scenery, taste a variety of freshly harvested fruits, and enjoy the service of Namibian slaves. But this year, there were very few citizens who did so. As the Dionysian warships had been patrolling the western seas of Sicily for a long time, they would occasionally attack the merchant ships traveling between Carthage and Sicily. Not only did this cause the trade in the city's port to stagnate, but it also caused the Carthaginian merchants to be more cautious when they sailed their ships out to sea. Although the Carthaginian citizens had a bountiful harvest on the land in Namibia, the wheat and other crops that were harvested were mostly purchased by the Carthaginian government at a low price, in addition to being kept for their own use, to be used as military provisions for the Carthaginian army. Although the war between Carthage and Ionia had only lasted for a few months, the ordinary people of Carthage had already felt the impact of this huge war on their lives. Not only were they worried about the sharp decline in their family income, but they were also worried about their loved ones in the expedition to Sicily. Therefore, they paid close attention to the progress of the war in Sicily every day. The Greek kingdom, which was originally far north of Sicily and had nothing to do with them, had now become the target of their curses. Some time ago, when the people of Carthage learned that Margo had led an army to capture many Greek city-states on the south coast of Sicily and invaded the Sicilian territory of Daionia, the city was filled with cheers. Everyone shouted Margo's name and blessed him, hoping that he could drive the Daionia out of Sicily as soon as possible, so that the Sicilian Sea could once again become a free port for Carthage's merchant ships. Chapter 934. However, in the Senate of Carthage, the atmosphere in the hall was not as relaxed as the people had imagined. Instead, it was very solemn. In the Carthage Suffet election that had just ended in October, Orkton was once again re-elected. However, standing in the middle of the Senate hall, he did not feel the joy of victory. Instead, he said to the crowd with a solemn expression, "Senators, I believe you have received the news. Our Phoenician allies in Sardinia, Albia, Saros, St. Iberia, and Calaris have sent messengers to us to ask for help. Our judges stationed in Sardinia have also sent back detailed news. The people of Daionia, who are as greedy as hungry wolves, have set their eyes on Sardinia after conquering Alenia and Corsica. They have sent a fleet to patrol the waters of Sardinia, and they have also frequently landed on the coasts near the towns on the island. They have sent troops to attack villages, destroy mines, and even incite the slaves and start riots. Now the situation in Sardinia is becoming chaotic, and the people of the Allies are also panicking. As the leader of the Phoenician city-states in Sardinia, we, the Carthage, cannot see them in trouble. Senators, please give your opinion on whether we should send reinforcements immediately or not." "Isn't that obvious?" Asiruba, the leader of the neutral faction, stood up and said solemnly, "The most important source of income for the treasury of the Carthage is the trade of precious metals. Sardinia and Corsica are one of the important sources of the precious metals trade for the Carthage. Not to mention that Sardinia is also one of the important sources of business income for the merchants of the Carthage. Therefore, not only must we immediately send troops to rescue Sardinia, we must also recapture Alenia in Corsica." Asiruba had a high prestige in the Senate. In addition, Sardinia was indeed related to the fundamental interests of the Carthage, so his speech was echoed by many senators. "Elders, there is already a Phoenician army of tens of thousands on the island of Sardinia. The Daionia do not dare to fight against them. However, the cunning Daionia always use warships to avoid their encampments and attack the defenseless areas. Therefore, considering that the battle in Sicily is going on and that we are short of soldiers, we don't have to send troops to Sardinia, but we have to send a fleet to repel the Dionysian fleet that is constantly attacking Sardinia in order to ensure the safety of Sardinia. After defeating the Dionysian fleet, we will transport some of our soldiers and the Sardinian army to Corsica to take back Alenia." Many of the elders felt that Tapenrak's words made sense, but there were also people who raised their doubts. Previously, our fleet had already been destroyed by the storm. How is the progress of the new fleet that has been under construction? Are we ready to go to sea to fight? "I think it's more appropriate for our commander to answer this question," Ocradon said to Anubis, who was sitting at the back of the meeting room. These days, Anubis had been busy between the ports of the various Phoenician states in Africana. He had only rushed back to attend the Senate meeting after receiving a message from Hanno. At this moment, he stood up and said loudly, "My lords, ever since the Senate issued the decision in June to the Carthage and the various states to build warships with all their might, all the shipyards in Carthage and the various Phoenician states in Africana have been speeding up the construction of warships. From what I know now, there are 195 three-decker warships that have been built. They are currently being manned and ready for sea trials. How long will it take before they can go to sea to fight?" An elder asked impatiently. "Generally speaking, it will take at least 3 months for a new fleet to have the ability to go to sea to fight." When Anubis said this, he saw the disappointment on the faces of many of the elders present. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "However, the situation now is rather special, because that storm destroyed our warships. it left behind a large number of experienced sailors. They only need 10 to 15 days to familiarize themselves with the new ships. Then they can form a fleet and go to sea to fight. That's great! The faces of the elders were filled with joy. Some even shouted out loud. During this period of time, due to the threat of the Dionia warships in the northern seas, Carthage's people were trembling with fear even when they were sailing out to sea. They had never felt so aggrieved before. 15 days is too long. Our allies can't wait that long. I suggest at least 7 days. Within 7 days, Lord Anubis, please form a fleet as soon as possible. Head to Sardinia, protect its waters, and repel the Dionysian fleet's invasion of Sardinia. Then return safely and protect the safety of Carthage and Sicily. Ocradin asked with a serious expression. Lord Anubis, can you do it? In fact, Ocradin had already discussed it with Anubis beforehand. Anubis even put on a look of deep thought. After a while, he nodded solemnly. I will do my best. All right, my lords, now let's reinforce Sardinia. Before Ocradin could finish, Pretacuba loudly interrupted him. Wait a minute. The newly built fleet should not be sent to Sardinia first, but to Sicily. Sardinia has more than 10,000 Phoenician soldiers guarding it. The Dionia only dared to harass them, but they did not dare to directly attack the cities on the island. Their safety was actually guaranteed, and the situation was not as serious as they made it out to be. Now, the most important issue that concerns the survival of our Carthage is not Sardinia, but Sicily. The 100,000 troops, led by Lord Margot, have already invaded Dionia's territory in Sicily and are engaged in fierce battles with the enemy. But the problem now is that because we do not have the advantage of the sea, food and supplies can only be transported by land. Due to the long distance and uneven terrain, we need a lot of labor. Not only has it increased the consumption of food, but we have also been attacked by the Dionysian fleet from the sea several times. Moreover, the main force of our army is far away in the east of Sicily, and the rear defense is relatively empty. The Dionia soldiers have circled to the west by ship many times and landed on the shore to harass us, threatening the safety of our territory and allies in Sicily. They have already sent messengers here to ask for help before. Why are we only discussing Sardinia today? I propose that the newly built fleet must be sent to the Sicilian Sea immediately to regain our maritime advantage and ensure that the army led by Lord Margot can smoothly drive the Dionia out of Sicily. Due to Margot's achievements in Sicily, Pretacuba was once again elected as Sophie this time, which also greatly increased the weight of his words in the Senate. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the meeting room, but no one clearly expressed opposition. At this time, Tepenlaco asked loudly, if the new fleet is sent to Sicily, when will Sardinia's request for reinforcements be resolved? Pretacuba glanced at him and said, at least wait until Lord Margot leads the army to drive the Dionia out of Sicily, then consider this issue. Tepenlaco sneered and said with a slight sarcasm, Lord Margot has led 100,000 troops, with the assistance of Syracuse, but so far he has not been able to take down a small village in Dionia. Most of the soldiers are still blocked on the periphery of the Catania plain. How long will it take to wait for him to capture Catania and Naxos? By that time, I am afraid all the mines in Sardinia will be in ruins. Pretacuba immediately retorted, the reason why our army's attack is slow now is precisely because the transportation of rations is dragging us down, so it should be even more. Our fleet must go to Sardinia first. A younger senator suddenly stood up and interrupted him loudly. Pretacuba took a closer look and saw that it was El Acra, a new elite of the neutral faction. His heart suddenly tightened, and he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Lord Pretacuba, you have just been emphasizing the importance of Sicily and requesting to put the new fleet in Sicily. But do you know how this fleet came about? El Acra waved his hand excitedly and said, a large amount of wood was cut from the Iberian Peninsula and transported by ship to the ports of Carthage and other Phoenician cities. Then, All the shipyards started and accelerated the construction. Do you know the most important reason why so many warships can be built in just a few months? It's money. Back then, you said at the Senate meeting, although your Maganid family controls the southern part of Iberia, in order to get the local natives to agree to us safely cut down a large number of trees, we have to make some concessions. In the end, you persuaded the Senate to pass the resolution. Carthage has to allocate a portion of the national treasury's income to support Iberia every month in order to obtain ship wood. Although we, Carthage, have high prestige and the various Phoenician allies are very cooperative, those shipyard owners and craftsmen stop other businesses and build warships for us every day. Is it free? Of course not. Even if they are willing, we, Carthage people, will not ruin our reputation. We have paid a large amount of gold and silver to ensure the quality of the construction and to ensure that they will continue to build warships for us. What about after the fleet is established? Hiring sailors requires money. Providing rations requires money. Money was needed to supply the entire Carthaginian army with rations and supplies. Lord Pretacuba, please tell me, where does this money come from? After hearing this, Pretacuba temporarily remained silent. As a senator of the Senate and the newly re-elected Sophie, he certainly could not lie with his eyes open and let others laugh at him. Chapter 935. After listening, Pretacuba remained silent for the time being. As an elder of the Senate and a newly re-elected Suffet, he certainly could not lie with his eyes open and let others laugh at him. Before he could think of what to say, El Acra continued to speak loudly, as Lord Esurba said. Nearly 1/3 of our treasury revenue comes from Sardinia and Corsica. Now that we are at war, money is urgently needed everywhere. As the Suffet of Carthage, Lord Pretacuba, you should consider the huge war that our Carthage is involved in more comprehensively. First of all, you should consider how to protect the source of our treasury revenue to ensure that we can build more warships and buy more food in order to continue the war, instead of just satisfying Lord Margot's requirements. El Acra's words were straightforward enough that Pretacuba's expression changed. At this time, another newly promoted elder of the Maganid faction, Safakba, said angrily, "Don't you understand? The key to this war is in Sicily. It is in the east where Lord Margot is leading the army to fight fiercely with the people of Dionia. The consumption of this war is indeed huge, so we have to concentrate all our strength and fully support the army in Sicily. Let Lord Margot completely defeat the people of Dionia in Sicily as soon as possible so that he can free up his hands to support other battlefields. Otherwise, even if we keep Sardinia, the army of Sicily will be defeated because the food transportation line is not guaranteed. This will change the originally advantageous situation of the war, causing the war in Sicily to be unable to end as soon as possible. That will not be worth the loss." Compared to El Acra, Safakba's words were even more extreme. It immediately aroused the disgust of some of the elders in the hall. One of the neutral elders even said in a strange tone, "Lord Margot led 100,000 troops for half a month, but still couldn't take down a small town in Dionia. Wouldn't it take a few months, or even more than half a year, to attack Cadanae and Naxos, which are more populous and have stronger defenses? With such offensive ability, how could he possibly end the war in Sicily as soon as possible?" Yes. The reason why we have to protect Sardinia first is because we have to consider that the war in Sicily will continue to drag on. We have to provide gold and silver for the army in Sicily first. Another elder said half seriously and half jokingly, "Is it because Lord Margot is worried that he can't drive the people of Dionia out of Sicily within a year? I'm afraid you want to help Lord Margot fulfill the promise he made in the Senate as soon as possible. That's why you don't care about the big picture and want to help him." Another elder said with dissatisfaction. Safakba was so angry that he argued with them loudly. But Pretacuba found that more and more elders were expressing their dissatisfaction. Not only were there Hanoverians, but there were also many neutral elders. The whole hall became noisy. Only then did Predicuba realize that he had made a mistake. Sardinia and Corsica had been the territories of Carthage for 100 years. All the nobles of Carthage had a close relationship with Sardinia. For example, El Acra, who had just fully supported the reinforcement of Sardinia, owned a silver mine in the mountains outside Saro City in Sardinia. 3 days ago, his family's cargo ship transporting silver from Sardinia back to Carthage was captured by Dionia's warship. He had been emphasizing the priority of the war in Sicily, but he had inadvertently pushed the Maganid faction to the opposite side of the other elders. This caused the neutral faction, which had been supporting them since the beginning of the war, to sing a different tune. Even their own camp seemed to have some differences. For example, Santa Paul and a few other Maganid elders had been silent since the beginning of the debate. Predicuba suddenly realized that Akradin's proposal at the beginning of today's meeting was probably premeditated. During this time, the Maganid faction not only gained a lot of prestige among the people of Carthage, but also had a lot of support in the Senate. Many proposals had been passed. With everything going smoothly, even Predicuba himself was a little complacent and had completely forgotten how terrifying that person was. Just as Predicuba came to his senses and was anxiously trying to find a solution to the predicament, Hanover, who was sitting in front of the hall and had been quiet all this time, stood up. The whole hall quickly quieted down. Should the new fleet go to support Sardinia or Sicily first? Hanover looked around the hall and said slowly, whether it is the short-term effect or the long-term benefits for Carthage, reinforcing Sardinia should be the first choice. The difficulties that Sardinia has encountered are because the entire sea is controlled by the Daionia, so their defense is so passive. As long as we send our navy to repel the Daionia warships, Sardinia will restore order, and the trade route between Carthage and Sardinia will also be restored. However, the main problem of the war in Sicily is not just the problem of losing the advantage of the sea. The important thing is that our army has been blocked on land for a long time. Even if we send a fleet, they can't fight on land. The problem can't be solved immediately, right? That's right, Lord Hanover is right. Lord Hanover is still the one who sees things clearly. There's no need to argue anymore. We choose to support the new fleet to go to Sardinia. The hall suddenly became noisy. Predicuba anxiously said loudly, "Lord Hanover, you're wrong to say that. The key to our war with Daionia is still in Sicily. As long as Sicily wins, the other problems will be solved. So supporting Sicily, Predicuba!" Hanover shouted, like a sleeping lion on the grassland, suddenly showing its might. The whole hall became quiet. He looked straight at the head of the Maganid family in the Senate and said with a straight face, "In order to let Carthage win this war, I have tried my best to cooperate with you, but your performance has disappointed me. For the sake of the interests of the Maganid family, you did not even hesitate to ignore the interests of the entire Carthage. This is clearly reflected in the issue of sending the new fleet to support Sicily. And the so-called reorganization of our Carthage army by Margot last time also reflects this. Why can such a large army not take down a village in Daionia for a long time? Isn't it because Margot replaced all the Carthaginian generals in the army and replaced them with Namibian generals who followed him in Iberia? That's why this happened. Can these Namibians be loyal to Carthage? Can they order their compatriots to fight to the death with Daionia at the risk of their lives? Margot led the army from the beginning to the current stalemate. Isn't the removal of the generals of the Carthage army without authorization the main reason for this situation? Then what makes me very puzzled is that the war has just begun. Why is Lord Margot so anxious to replace the generals of Carthage who are loyal to Carthage and insist on replacing them with Namibian generals who have been following him but have no feelings for Carthage? Under Hanno's repeated questioning, Predicuba was speechless for a while, but he broke out in a cold sweat. Seymour hurriedly retorted, "That's because the generals of Carthage are incompetent in battle. Only by replacing them can the combat effectiveness of the army be improved. That's why our army was able to successfully conquer the Greek city-states on the south coast. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the hall. The elders stood up and retorted, "After replacing the Carthage general, why can't the 100,000 troops take down a small village in Dionia? This is called improving the combat effectiveness. I propose that the Carthage army, which has spent a lot of revenue from the treasury, must be made up of Carthage citizens as generals. Otherwise, how can the safety of the city-state be guaranteed? Now, Lord Margot is leading an army composed of aliens, most of whom are officers. Is this still Carthage's army? We must reinstate the previously replaced Carthage general. Otherwise, we will no longer provide any support to this army." Faced with the surging emotions of the elders, Pritacuba's face completely changed. Also watching the scene and deliberately looking at the solemn leader of the neutral faction, Asaruba, Hanno, sneered in his heart. He had been quiet for so long, just for this day. Margot had made a big mistake when he replaced the generals of Carthage, because most of the generals were Carthage nobles. But at that time, he did not let the elders close to him impeach him. As a result, today the rampant Margot faction had indeed made a mistake in the use of the new fleet. Only then did he act decisively, forcing the neutral elders to see the true face of the Margot faction. As their support for him weakened, the leadership of the Senate would return to his hands. Thinking of this, Hanno said loudly again, "My lords, please listen to me." The noisy hall quickly regained its silence, but Pritacuba was alarmed. At this point in the meeting, the result is relatively clear. The new fleet will first reinforce Sardinia and then look for opportunities to recapture Alenia. This is not only to ensure the income of the treasury, but also to enable us to continue fighting with Dionia. At the same time, we are fulfilling our obligation as the leader of all the Phoenician city-states in the western Mediterranean. Now, not only are all the Phoenicians paying attention to this war, don't forget that there are also people from the mother country in Hadrumetum who are listening to the news, referring to the remnants of the fleet sent by the eastern Phoenicians. If we don't do this, we will inevitably lose our prestige. Will we still be able to command the other Phoenician allies in the future? Hanno's careful political considerations made many elders involuntarily nod their heads. Chapter 936. Hanno softened his tone and said, "Of course, Pritacuba, you don't have to worry too much about the fact that the Sicilian army also needs naval support. I remember that a few months ago, the Senate passed a resolution calling for the construction of 600 warships, and the 195 warships are only a part of it. After that, the warships that are built can be formed into a fleet and sent to the Sicilian Sea to provide assistance to our army." Pritacuba remained cautious and did not respond to Hanno's display of goodwill. However, it made Asaruba and the other neutral senators secretly nod in approval. They thought that Hanno was still able to consider the overall situation in the face of a war that was related to the survival of Carthage. But don't forget, we are building warships, and the Dionia are also building warships. Their shipbuilding skills are not much worse than ours, and in terms of naval warfare, we have not gained any advantage so far. Am I right, Anubis? Anubis nodded awkwardly. "So," Hanno said loudly, "we should not pin our hopes on the navy. Our hope of victory is still on the army led by Lord Margot, and on the more than 100,000 troops that cost a lot of money from the treasury of Carthage. I want to remind you that because of the blockade of the coast of Latin by the Dionysian fleet, we are not very clear about the progress of the war there, but we have received some news from the Etruscan merchants in the north. After the fall of Rome, the Roman army has been defeated and has retreated to a few small cities to the west of Latin. They are being besieged by the Dionysian army, and I am afraid that they will not be able to hold on for long. Once Rome is completely destroyed, the king of Dionia may lead the army south to land in Sicily, and by then—" Margot deliberately paused for a moment to take in the uneasy looks on everyone's faces. He then solemnly said, "That's why Lord Margot has to take over Naxos and Cadonai as soon as possible. he doesn't have much time left. Although he once wrote to us that the reason he dismissed most of the Carthage generals was because they lacked the ability to command in battle. We don't understand the situation at the front lines, and we respect his decision. But I think that these Carthage generals who have been dismissed are the outstanding citizens of Carthage that we are familiar with. Are those ignorant and backward Namibians better than them? If that's the case, why are we ruling Namibia and not the other way around, Carthage? You're absolutely right, Lord Hanno. Many of the elders felt that their anger had been vented, and they loudly expressed their support. Without batting an eyelid, Hanno continued, I suggest that we select a group of outstanding citizens of Carthage and have them serve under Brother Mara. Brother Mara will assign them duties according to their abilities. In this way, we don't have to worry about Brother Ma accusing us of interfering with his command and causing a setback in the battle. At the same time, we also give the young Carthage a chance to wash away the shame. I agree with Lord Hanno's suggestion. Lord Hanno is too thoughtful. As long as we give the young people a chance, they're much better than those lowly Namibians. Only Lord Hanno would dare to accuse Lord Mara of being biased against the citizens of Carthage. We absolutely support your proposal. One by one, the elders expressed their agreement. Preta Cuba's heart was filled with bitterness and anger. Damn Hanno, not only did he create a big problem for Lord Mara, but he also provoked the dissatisfaction of the elders against Mara. At this moment, he saw Hanno throwing him a smile. While the Carthage Senate was fiercely debating about the new fleet to reinforce Sardinia, the Devers had returned to Rome. Because the news of the complete conquest of Rome had been detected by the surrounding races who had been paying close attention to the war, they had sent messengers to Rome, hoping to meet the king of Dionia. Although the entire Dionysian army had been in the territory of Saturnicum for 20 days, the Devers completely lifted their confinement when they left. Only the 5th Legion and nearly 6,000 Rome soldiers followed him back to Rome. That night, the Devers held a banquet in the Rome City Hall to entertain the messengers from all sides. The war in Latin has just ended. There are many things to do in Rome, and the people's lives are still relatively difficult. We can't prepare a more sumptuous dinner to entertain our distinguished guests. I apologize with this glass of wine. The Devers raised his wine glass high in the main seat of the banquet and said apologetically, Your Majesty, this is not right. The Wolsey messenger, Catamontelos, who is also the Archon of Palavenrum, said loudly, The destruction of Rome is the best hospitality to us Wolsey people. When the people of Rome attacked the Wolsey territory, Your Majesty, at the risk of starting a war with Rome's ally Carthage, did not hesitate to send reinforcements to help us Wolsey defeat the people of Rome, preventing the people of Rome from ravaging our territory for a long time. The Wolsey city-state alliance sent me as a messenger to Rome to meet Your Majesty, to tell Your Majesty that all the people of Wolsey regard the people of Dionia as our eternal friends. So this first glass of wine should be my sincere gratitude to you on behalf of all the people of Wolsey. As he spoke, he stood up, picked up a full glass of wine, and was about to drink it. Unexpectedly, another guest next to him hurriedly stood up and said loudly, Wait! This first glass of wine should be given to Your Majesty by us Helniki people. If Your Majesty had not personally led the army and taken great risks in the expedition to Rome and completely defeated the people of Rome, I'm afraid that we Helniki people would have perished. Your Majesty, you and Dionia are the greatest saviors of all the people of Helniki, and we Helniki people will always be loyal allies of Helniki. Seeing this, the Devers was moved. He said emotionally, Distinguished guests, we Dionia were able to defeat Rome, thanks to the full help of the Wolsey and the Helniki people. I made a small mistake just now. This first glass of wine should be given to me, and the two of you to thank us for our joint efforts in defeating the people of Rome. I also wish that the alliance and friendship between Dionia, Wolsey, and Helniki will always be maintained. When the Devers finished speaking, he brought the glass of wine to his mouth. Your Majesty, you are right. This glass of wine should indeed be given to Dionia, Wolsey, and Helnicke first. Catamontelos said meaningfully, then raised his head and drank the wine in his hand. In Latin, the Helnicke people will fully support Dionia. Helnicke's messenger, Nemery, promised loudly and drank the wine in his hand. When the messengers of the other forces saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly, or they were deep in thought. But in their hearts they understood the fact that not only did Dionia have a strong military and defeated Rome, it also had the full support of the two major forces in central Italy, Wolsey and Helnicke. Coupled with the Latin city-states that had submitted to it, Dionia's power in central Italy was even stronger than Rome at its peak. Therefore, when the Devers filled the glass again and toasted all the messengers present, they all stood up and respectfully congratulated the Devers. "Your Majesty the King, Devers." One of the messengers wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth and asked loudly, "Now that Rome has been conquered by Dionia, is Dionia preparing to support a new Rome? Or is it going to become a child state of Dionia?" As soon as his voice fell, the Devers learned from the interpreter beside them the content of the conversation and the identity of the speaker. The speaker was a Sabine messenger from Crete. The Devers knew that the relationship between the Sabines and the people of Rome was complicated. In the beginning, Romulus, the founder of Rome, led the Latin exiles to this barren land by the Tiber River. They relied on robbing the nearby Sabine towns to survive the most difficult period. Over the past 100 years, there had been many wars between Rome and the Sabines. However, there were also many Sabine tribes that actively or passively merged into Rome and became citizens of Rome. Therefore, the Devers said with a straight face, "Rome, Ve Gabi, Fidena." These towns were all taken by the citizens of Dionia with their lives and blood. They will all become a part of the kingdom of Dionia. The kingdom will do its best to help the Rome and Latin people who have become citizens of Dionia rebuild these territories and turn them into prosperous towns in central Italy, so that they can live a prosperous life. After listening to these words, the messengers looked at each other, each with different emotions. "Your Majesty, the King of Dionia." Messenger Equi could not wait to ask. In the past, Rome relied on its powerful military force to often invade the surrounding races, threatening everyone's safety. Now that Rome has joined Dionia, will it still be the same as before, provoking wars everywhere and greedily seeking more territories? As soon as he said this, all the messengers pricked up their ears and focused their attention on the Devers. The Devers saw their expressions and understood that although Equi was asking about Rome, he was actually asking about the kingdom of Dionia that had suddenly invaded central Italy and had established a foothold there. What kind of foreign policy would the kingdom of Dionia adopt towards the surrounding forces? This was probably the question that all the messengers were most concerned about. He smiled and said in a clear voice, "If you understand the history of the founding of Dionia, you will find that Dionia has never taken the initiative to invade the territories of other city-states and races. Usually it was other forces that came to invade Dionia first. Some city-states even went against their promises and suddenly tore up the alliance with us, brazenly invading the territories of Dionia and slaughtering the people of Dionia. That was why we, Dionia, were so furious that we retaliated and destroyed them." Chapter 937. The Devers smiled and said in a clear voice, "If you understand the history of the founding of Dionia, you'll find that Dionia has never taken the initiative to invade the territories of other city-states and races. Usually it's other forces that invade Dionia first. Some city-states even reneged on their promises and suddenly tore up their alliance with us, brazenly invading Dionia's territory and slaughtering Dionia's people. That's why we, Dionia, became enraged and retaliated angrily to destroy them. From this, it can be seen that we, Dionia, are not the former Rome. We are not tyrannical, nor are we greedy for other countries' lands. On the contrary, we love peace and are willing to get along well with our neighbors. Here, in the Latin region, Dionia will continue to uphold our consistent diplomatic attitude. We will live in peace with any force that wants to have friendly relations with Dionia. We will even sign some friendly agreements, carry out more extensive trade, cultural exchanges, and even mutual assistance. I would like to make a solemn promise to all of you here. Dionia's arrival in Latin is not to bring more wars to this war-prone land, but to eliminate wars and bring peace and prosperity. This does not only apply to the people of Rome and the Latin people under Dionia's rule, but also to you as neighbors of Rome, who are also willing to get along well with us. Although some forces had received similar promises from the envoys sent by Dionia before, when these words came from the mouth of the king of Dionia, it undoubtedly made the envoys feel more at ease. Then the Sabine envoy asked, "Can we, the Sabines, also form an alliance with Dionia?" "Of course." The Devers smiled and said, "As long as the Sabines are willing to be friends with Dionia, Dionia is naturally willing to form an alliance with you. When the banquet is over, you can look for our diplomat, Topyrus, to discuss the matter of the alliance." As he spoke, the Devers pointed at Topyrus, who was sitting in the middle of the banquet. Topyrus immediately stood up and greeted Sabin's emissary with a smile. The Sabine emissary hurriedly responded, breathing a long sigh of relief in his heart. Dionia had occupied Rome. Fidena and Crucium had submitted to it. Dionia's sphere of influence now bordered the Sabines' territory. Among all the surrounding powers, the Sabines had also become the power closest to the central city of the kingdom of Dionia, Rome in Latinum. For more than 10 years, the people of Rome had been suppressing the Sabines to the point of suffocation. Now that a more powerful Dionia than Rome had arrived, they felt even more terrified. Now, with the promise of the king of Dionia, they were completely relieved to be able to form an alliance. Not only the Sabinians, but other forces were also more or less fearful. So the messengers also expressed their willingness to form an alliance with Dionia. Devers expressed their agreement one by one. "Your Majesty, the king of Dionia, I have a question," the Marsi emissary asked loudly. "If war breaks out between the two allies of Dionia, for example, Marsi has already formed an alliance with Dionia, and the conflict with the Hernici leads to war, and both sides ask for help from Dionia. Will Dionia help the Hernici, who have a closer relationship with you? Or will it help Marsi, who have just formed an alliance? We Hernici are busy rebuilding our homeland. How can we have a conflict with the Marsi, who have helped us?" Although Nemery was complaining, he, like the other emissaries, was looking forward to the Devers' answer. There are many powers in central Italy, and their relationships are complicated. Conflicts and wars between them occur from time to time. In recent years, it is only because of the strength and rapid expansion of Rome that the surrounding powers are under pressure that they have to temporarily form an alliance. The Devers smiled. His voice was not loud, but his tone was firm. "As I have said just now, Dionia has come here for peace and prosperity. We will first stop the ongoing war and gather both sides to discuss the cause of the conflict. We will find a way to solve the conflict and restore peace between both sides. I believe that people of all races yearn for a peaceful life and do not want to be involved in a war that has no guarantee of life. If there is such a race that lives on war and plunder, then it will be a common danger to us, and we will definitely fight it together. Am I right? Your Majesty, you are right. If one day Wolsey has a conflict with other races, we are willing to listen to the messengers of Dionia to help us resolve the dispute." Catamontelos was the first to express his stance. "We Hernici are also willing to listen to any decision of the messengers of Dionia." Nemery also said, "The messengers of the other races, including the Marsi, understood that the king of the Devers wanted to establish a new order in central Italy with Dionia as the center, and he wanted the other races and forces to follow him. For them, this was actually not a bad thing, because according to what they knew, the Dionysian army did not pay too many casualties in destroying Rome, which they feared. Since the king of Dionia promised not to use such terrible force, but to solve the dispute through negotiation, they were much more at ease. So one by one they agreed with the decision of the Devers. At this time, someone said loudly, Your Majesty, the Celts in the north are the terrible force that lives on plunder, as you said. 20 years ago, they had invaded the Latin region, and now they are active in the north again. It is said that the former king of the Celts, Brennus, was still thinking about his defeat in Rome before he died, and repeatedly told the leaders around him to avenge him. Perhaps in a few years, the Celts will make a comeback, and I am afraid we all need to be prepared. What do you think of this? As soon as this was said, the messengers in the room quieted down. Although the Celts' invasion happened 20 years ago, as the war lasted for a year, all the forces in Latin were more or less affected, so they all had a deep impression of it. The Devers looked towards the source of the voice, and the person who spoke was an emissary from the city of Fufluna. Fufluna was one of the 12 cities alliance of Etruria. This time they represented the northern Etrurian cities that did not ally with Dionia, and they came to Rome. As these northern Etrurian cities and the Latin territory controlled by Dionia were separated by the southern Etrurian cities of Tarcona, Volci, and other southern Etrurian cities that had just allied with Dionia, the two sides did not have any contact before, and there was no conflict of interest between the two sides. The Devers had been speculating about their intentions, and now he finally understood. I have said it just now, no force is allowed to destroy the peace and tranquility of this land. The Devers said without hesitation, if the Voltans dare to invade the territories of Volci and Tarcona, Dionia will definitely gather their army, cross the Tiber River, and help their alliance to repel the Celts. The emissary of Fufluna was stunned, and he blurted out, "What about northern Etruria? If the Celts attack northern Etruria, if Dionia does nothing, the situation will be very bad. The terrain of Etruria is flat, and these years the northern Etrurian cities have only relied on the rolling mountains at the northern border to barely stop the Celts' invasion. However, if the Celts gather their army and invade the south, the northern Etrurian cities will have a hard time defending themselves. Once the Celts gain a foothold in the north, it will be easier for them to attack the south, and it will be even fiercer. When that time comes, the cruel Celts will once again attack Rome and Latin to avenge their old king Brennus." The Devers had a troubled look on his face, and he said hesitantly, "What you said makes sense, but Dionia does not have any diplomatic relations with the northern Etrurian cities. Even if Dionia wants to help, they will not dare to bring their army into your territory, lest the Etrurian people think that the Dionia are invaders just like the Celts." The emissary of Fufluna understood the meaning behind the Devers' words, and he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to the Devers, saying, "As long as Dionia is willing to help us defend Etruria against the Celts, we, the northern Etrurian cities, are willing to form an alliance with Dionia." The Devers gently nodded and said in a clear voice, "It is a good thing that the northern Etrurian cities are willing to form an alliance with Dionia, and I welcome it very much. When the banquet is over, you can also discuss the alliance with our diplomat, Topyrus, like the other emissaries. I have said that Dionia came here to make friends, and we are very willing to join hands with our new friends from Latin, Etruria, and other regions to defend against the foreign enemies, to defend the peace of our homeland together. My king, you have said it very well." Woolsey's Catamontelos raised his wine glass and stood up again, saying in an excited voice, "I propose that we toast the noble king of Dionia and thank him for bringing peace to us." Catamontelos' suggestion was immediately echoed by the other emissaries. The Devers smiled and drank with them. Topyrus drank this glass of wine with him, feeling quite excited. Although he would be very busy in the future, this kind of busyness showed the value of being a diplomat. After being in the Latin region for half a year, he could finally show his skills. After the emissary of Fufluna sat down, he let out a long sigh of relief. What he said just now was not completely true. Ever since the Celts invaded the south 20 years ago, the strength of the Etrurian cities had been greatly weakened, and the cities in the north were even more severely affected. Although the Celts did not gather a large army to attack the south in recent years, small-scale invasions were very frequent. In the beginning, the cities in the north helped each other and joined forces to defend, but the repeated failures caused them to fight on their own and barely hold on. Therefore, when Rome attacked the southern cities of Etruria, the cities in the north could only watch helplessly as they were forced to submit to Rome. This was because they could not even take care of themselves. So how could they spare the energy to reinforce the south? Chapter 938. When Dionia defeated Rome and forced the southern city-states of Etruria to surrender, the northern city-states were also watching from the sidelines. They were even worried that this southern kingdom, which was stronger than Rome, would become a great threat like the Celts. So when the news of the complete destruction of Rome came, the higher-ups of the northern city-states of Etruria could not sit still. They hurriedly sent messengers to Rome to inquire about Dionia's intentions. Now that they could form an alliance with Dionia, it was exactly what they wanted. The Devers put down his glass and looked around at the excited messengers. Suddenly he remembered something and took the opportunity to say, "Consul Catamontelos, the 3 cities of Andium, Vellet, and Saturnicum that were forcibly taken away by the people of Rome last year have been recaptured by us, Dionia. Please go back and inform the exiled Wolsey citizens of these 3 cities to return as soon as possible and take over their city-states." One of the purposes of Catamontelos' visit to Rome this time was to discuss the ownership of these 3 cities. But he did not expect that the Devers would return these 3 cities to Wolsey without any request. For a moment he did not know what to say. After a moment he said excitedly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your selfless help to Wolsey. Thank the people of Dionia for their great help to Wolsey. As far as I know, many of the warriors of Dionia were injured or even killed in order to help us recapture these 3 cities. For this, the Wolsey Alliance is willing to offer a large amount of wealth to Your Majesty to make up for the loss of Dionia. Although I know that these things cannot fully express the gratitude of the people of Wolsey to Dionia." After listening, the Devers said sincerely, "Wolsey and Dionia are allies, and Dionia is fulfilling its obligation as an ally to help you recapture your lost cities. I am very grateful for the gift of the Wolsey Alliance, and I deeply feel the friendship between Wolsey and Dionia. But I think that this batch of resources should be left to the people of Wolsey who have suffered from the war and urgently need to rebuild their homes." Hearing this, Catamontelos was even more moved and was about to say something. Nemery, who was next to him, suddenly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, we, the Helniki, are also very grateful." Devers waved his hand and interrupted him with a serious expression. "Nemery, if you're going to give Dionia any resources, you don't have to say anything. I know that in this war with the Rome, the Helnici have suffered the most losses, not to mention rebuilding your homes. Even food is quite scarce. I'm afraid that even getting through the winter will be a big problem for you. So I've decided to give you a batch of food to help you get through this difficult time. If you encounter any difficulties in the process of rebuilding your homes, you can come to Rome and ask us for help. The governor of Rome will do his best to help you." Nemery was stunned. He wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his mouth. He moved his lips and soon began to choke. Catamontelos expressed his gratitude in a timely manner. "Merciful King of Dionia, the people of Wolsey thank you. We are extremely honored and proud to be an ally of Dionia." Seeing this scene, the other emissaries, who felt the same, also felt relieved. Not only did they greatly lower their guard against the powerful Dionia, but they also thought that if Dionia could treat Wolsey and Helnici like this, then when their own race also became an ally of Dionia, they believed that they would also receive the same treatment. Thus, the atmosphere of the entire banquet became even more enthusiastic and joyous, and the guests and hosts were all happy. For a period of time after that, Topyrus was busy negotiating with the emissaries and signing the Covenant of Alliance. During this period, something else happened. When Catamontelos returned to Wolsey and conveyed the words of Devers to the Wolsey Alliance, they began to mobilize the previously exiled Wolsey people to return to their homes. However, the people of Saturnicum refused to return. The reason was simple. The town was cursed by the demons and had a plague, so it was no longer suitable for them. Even though the governor of Rome assists, a assured the Wolsey emissaries that after a long period of observation by Dionia's doctors, the territory of Saturnicum was already safe and there would be no more plague. However, most of the people of Saturnicum still refused to go. After several discussions, considering that the war had caused the Wolsey population to plummet and that the entire Wolsey territory was now sparsely populated, the higher-ups of the Wolsey alliance finally decided to gift the territories of Valette and Saturnicum to Dionia as a small token of appreciation for the selfless assistance of their ally. The reason why Valette was added was because the Wolsey people were worried that if it was only Saturnicum, it would be more like an evasion of responsibility and would appear insincere. They did not add Antium because they considered that in the future, Antium would have close ties with the Rome territory of Dionia. As the Wolsey town closest to Rome, Antium would undoubtedly receive great development in both land and sea, so the Wolsey alliance was somewhat reluctant to give it up. While the Devers were entertaining the emissaries of the forces around Rome, Sextus, who had just returned to Rome and had just reunited with his family, strolled to the foot of Capitoline Mountain. Capitoline Mountain had become the Acropolis of Rome because of the temples of Jupiter and Juno, the Lord God of Rome. However, the vast majority of the people of Rome rarely had the opportunity to go up the mountain to worship, and this was also the case for Sextus, who was once a platoon leader in Rome. However, today Sextus saw that although there were also soldiers standing guard at the checkpoint leading to the top of the mountain, they no longer prohibited people from going up the mountain. Therefore, the entire mountain path was bustling with people going up and down the mountain. On his way up the mountain, Sextus met some acquaintances. They greeted him warmly, of course, with envy and flattery. "Hey, Sextus, you're back. I heard that you're going to be a commander. Congratulations. Your father is now an official of Dionia. Your family is really rich now. Please take care of us in the future. Sextus, congratulations on winning the war again. This time, you'll be able to get a lot of land. Sextus, my son, Curtis, although he's not 18 years old yet, he's already stronger than an adult. Can you let him serve in the army in advance?" Sextus was too tired to deal with them. In the end, he had to walk with his head down to avoid being recognized. When he reached the top of the mountain, he quickly walked to the location of the Temple of Jupiter. The magnificent temple in his memory had disappeared, and what was in front of him was a large, clean, and flat open space paved with marble slabs. It was as if the statues of the gods in the temple were just an illusion and had never existed. Only the cracked black marble could be associated with the tragic fire at the top of the mountain that his father had mentioned. Sextus originally wanted to come here to pay his respects, but there was not even a trace of the ruins. No wonder people who went up the mountain rarely came here. Instead, they walked to the edge of the cliff and overlooked the panoramic view of the city of Rome. He looked around in a daze. Suddenly, he saw many people busy at the Temple of Janus, the god of war of Rome, on the other side of the mountain. He could not help but walk over. As he got closer, he saw that many people were from Rome. They were cleaning up the ruins. There were also a few people from Dionia. They were using tools to measure the ruins and using wooden boards to record and draw. Among these people, Sextus saw a familiar figure. "Storo!" he shouted. Storo turned around and saw him. He nodded in greeting. Sextus rushed up to him and looked at the young man, who was once known as the youngest and most promising of the Roman civilians, but now looked haggard. He could not help but ask, "How have you been recently?" Storo was silent for a moment and said softly, "I've joined Dionia. There's nothing to worry about." "I heard from my father." Sextus said sincerely, "I'm very sorry about your father and your father-in-law. I hope you won't be too sad." Storo smiled bitterly and sighed. "My father was infected with the plague. It was a punishment from Jupiter. No one can be blamed for it. But I heard that he was well treated and taken care of by the doctors of Dionia in the barracks of Saturnicum. That's true." Sextus interrupted. "Not only your father, but all the soldiers of Rome who were infected with the plague were well treated and taken care of by the doctors of Dionia. That's why many of the infected soldiers of Rome survived. Yes, even as a son, I could only stay away from my father who was infected with the plague. For this, I'm very grateful to the people of Dionia. Storo said calmly without fear. And I heard that my arrogant relative who was infected with the plague has completely recovered after receiving treatment? You're talking about Servius, right? That's right. He has indeed gotten rid of the plague and has basically recovered. That's good news. At least my wife's sister doesn't have to stay in my house anymore. I can have some peace now. Storo smiled bitterly. As for my father-in-law, I've tried to persuade him to surrender many times, but he refused all of them. In the end, I was actually prepared for it. Speaking of this, he could not help but recall the importance and care that the great noble of Rome had for him. He could not help but look gloomy. He said in a heavy tone, "It's a pity that his body was burnt to a crisp and could not be identified from the other corpses. They could only be buried in the big tomb next to Mars Square. These days, my wife goes there every day to worship." Chapter 939. I've heard about it. Sextus sighed. It's the tomb of the Rome men. It is said that the name on the tombstone was given by the king of Devers, and Camillus's ashes were also buried in it. I think, although the name is simple, it is a compliment to them. There was a moment of silence between the two. Sextus realized that he had said something wrong. If it was a compliment to those who fought to the death, what about those who surrendered themselves? Therefore, he quickly changed the topic. It's a pity that the temples of Jupiter and Juno have been burned down. I don't even know how long it will take to build them again. Rebuilt. Stolo shook his head and turned his eyes to the empty space in front of him. There was pain, reluctance, and a hint of hatred in his eyes. He said faintly, "There will be no more temples of Jupiter, Juno, and Janus here. I heard from the people of Dionia that they will build the temple of Diana here, as well as the temple of Hades and the temple of Hera of Dionia. Jupiter has given up Rome. I think it will not be long before he is abandoned by the people of Rome." Sextus was surprised. He looked at the empty space on the top of the mountain in disappointment, but he did not say anything. The temple of Diana was the favorite temple of the commoners in Rome. During his time with the Dionysian army, the people of Dionia often praised Hades, which influenced him to think that Hades was a powerful god who cared about mortals. After he came back, he heard from his father that Hades was also quite popular among the commoners of Rome. As for Hera, he only knew that she was a Greek goddess in charge of marriage and family, so she should not be too bad. I heard that you will soon follow the Dionysian army south to fight against Carthage, Stolo suddenly said. Before we returned to Rome, the king of Devers announced it to us. How did you know about it so soon? Sextus was a little surprised. I am now in the city hall to assist the officials of Dionia. The current governor of Rome asked me about the weapons and equipment of the militia of Rome, the daily ration, whether they can adapt to traveling by ship, how much weight they can carry when marching. He asked in great detail. So I guess you will be going south, Stolo said confidently. Since the soldiers had returned, the news of the expedition would soon spread, so Sextus had nothing to hide. He said frankly, the king of Devers has publicly promised that he will not send the army of Rome into a difficult battle. However, after returning victorious, the soldiers received quite a lot of rewards, and some of the soldiers who performed outstandingly were immediately promoted. Therefore, many people expressed to me that they were worried that they wouldn't be able to fight in the south and wouldn't be able to obtain more military merits. They hoped that when the time came, I would take the initiative to ask to fight. Stolo sighed. Dionia is very different from Rome. For the civilians, they have more opportunities to rise. Why? Are you tempted? Sextus said half-jokingly. You might as well join the reserve brigade of Rome now. I have a lot of things to do now. I am too busy, and I am afraid that the city hall will not let me go. Stolo complained, but there was a hint of pride in his words. I am also taking the time to familiarize myself with the laws of Dionia, so that I can pass their assessment and become a judge of this kingdom. May Diana bless you with success. Sextus wished sincerely, "I hope that one day we can enter the Senate of Dionia and fight for more rights for the people of Rome." After hearing this, Stolo's spirit was lifted, and his face became a little more spirited. "Let us work hard together." The two were full of ambition, and they looked at the city of Rome at the foot of the mountain. Rome, which was under reconstruction, was also full of vitality, but it was different from the past. At noon the next day, the Devers held another banquet. This time the guests were the emissaries of the Latin Alliance and several Etrurian alliance. At the banquet, the Devers once again emphasized the responsibilities and obligations of the Latin Alliance in Dionia, and at the same time solemnly promised that Dionia would not interfere in their internal affairs and would do its best to protect their territorial security. Now that Rome was completely destroyed, these city-states did not dare to be half-hearted. The emissaries rushed to express that they would absolutely abide by the covenant of the Dionia Alliance. Since then, the huge alliance system with Dionia as the leader, the Latin city-states and the southern city-states of Etruria as subsidiaries, and Wolsey and Helniki as strong support replaced Rome and stood in central Italy, deterring the surrounding forces. That night, the Devers held a banquet for assists and geogres in the house where he temporarily lived. I heard that this is the house of Cominius Maruginense, the patriarch of the largest clan in Rome. Although the location of the house is good, the interior decoration is very ordinary. "It can be seen that the nobles of Rome do not advocate luxury," said the Devers casually after taking a sip of wine. "Your Majesty, you underestimate Maruginense. He has several houses in the city, and this is only one of them. Besides, he has a bigger house outside the city, more than 600 acres of land, all along the river, and hundreds of slaves." Assists briefly introduced Maruginense's property. The Devers did not take it seriously. Instead, he laughed and said, "It is precisely because of these nobles of Rome that the commoners of Rome are angry. This made it easier for us to win the hearts of the commoners of Rome. They even applauded our decision to forcibly relocate the surrendered nobles. For this, I really have to thank these nobles. Your Majesty, are you really going to let these surrendered nobles of Rome follow you to Sicily to fight?" Assists asked with concern. "Yes." The Devers stopped smiling and said seriously, "Even if many of the surrendered Rome army died because of the plague, there are still more than 7,000 people left, excluding the wounded soldiers who have lost their ability to fight. This is not a small force. I'm afraid that after I lead the army out of Rome, they will suddenly change their minds and refuse to leave Latin with their families. They might even start a rebellion and destroy the new order that we have spent a lot of effort to establish here. This will always be a factor of instability, and I will use a larger army to guard them, so they will not dare to do anything. But after all, they're not the reserve soldiers of Rome. Those people have basically surrendered to the kingdom. They have resentment in their hearts. And this time they're going to Sicily. Rome and Carthage are allies. If they collude with each other..." Assists expressed his concern. The Devers smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a way." Since he had always believed in the ability of the Devers, Assists did not try to persuade him anymore. The Devers looked at him and praised. "ACI, since you became the chief executive of Rome, in just a few months, the political situation in Rome has become stable and the order is good. The various departments of the city hall have gradually achieved results in the management of the city. The people of Rome have also gradually recognized Dionia, and they have begun to obey the various laws of the kingdom. Your achievements are beyond my expectations. Your Majesty," the assist said humbly, "there are still many problems with the governance of Rome. There are two most important problems. One is the language barrier, which reduces the efficiency of the execution of orders. The other is the conflict between the citizens of Dionia and the people of Rome. This is also the reason for the increase of conflicts in the city of Rome." The Devers gently nodded and said in a low voice, "The language barrier and the conflict between the new and the old citizens. These are the most common problems we encounter when we conquer a new race. You have served in Nudum. Canopetia, Masania, and Annona, and your political achievements are outstanding. I believe you have a lot of experience in this area, and you will eventually solve it well. Moreover, Geogres will give you a lot of help. Ah, me. Geogres, who was quietly tasting the food at the side, was a little surprised when he heard this. This time, you will lead the 5th Legion to stay in Rome. Not only do you have to be ready to extinguish any possible riots, but you also have to ensure the rule of the kingdom here. The Devers looked at him and said with a serious face, "Since the war here has just ended, the order has not been fully restored. It is impossible for the Ministry of Military Affairs to immediately send out military trainers to avoid riots when the citizens are gathered together. However, with the 5th Legion as a guarantee, you can use the slack farming time after the autumn harvest to gather the citizens of Rome, Veii, Gabii, Casrella, Fedni, and other towns for military training. Try to mix the migrated citizens of Dionia with the new citizens of other races. Let them gradually cultivate comradeship through strict training and intense ball games, and learn the simple language of Dionia through frequent contact. This is a great idea." The assists interrupted excitedly. "Do you still remember, Your Majesty? In the beginning, we mainly used this method to make the Lucania warriors of Bagul acknowledge us, and finally fight side by side with us." "Yes, of course I remember," the Devers said emotionally. "That was almost 20 years ago." The assists had an idea and immediately said, "I suggest that Latin's military camp be built south of the river port and granary. This way, the military camp will not only be located in the center of these towns, but it will also solve the problem of the river port and granary security." Chapter 940. You and Geogres can decide on this after you have discussed it. The Devers tapped the table with his fingers and said solemnly, "Aesai, you mentioned the river port just now. Now, the merchant ships from Greece to Rome use Casrella and Antium as the transfer ports. It is very troublesome to travel to Rome by land or by water. So, for the better development of Rome in the future, Ostia must be rebuilt as soon as possible. As for the population problem, since we are going to return Antium, Valette, and Saturnicum to Wolsey, we can move the population of these 3 cities to Ostia. In fact, we can only move the population of 2 cities. There are not many people left in Saturnicum because of the plague." The assists looked troubled. He said, "Your Majesty, your suggestion is very good, but whether it is rebuilding Ostia or moving the population of the 3 cities, it is beyond my responsibility as the governor of Rome." The Devers smiled. "The Senate will probably send you a new letter of appointment tomorrow or the day after. You will be appointed as the wartime governor of Latin." The Devers' words surprised the assists. After all, the governor was recognized as the most powerful official in the kingdom of Dionia. Many senators flocked to this position, but so far only Cypros, Antonius, and Cypros had held this position. These 3 men were outstanding, and each of them represented a considerable force. Now that he had squeezed into the ranks of the top political figures in the kingdom, he was both excited and nervous. His voice was trembling. "Your Majesty, you mean, you want me to be the governor of Latin?" "Why, you don't want to?" The Devers looked at him with a faint smile. "Thank you for your trust in me, Your Majesty. I will do my best to fulfill my duties as governor." The assists immediately expressed his gratitude to the Devers. He knew very well that without the recommendation of the Devers, it would be difficult for him to sit in this position since he was less than 50 years old. "If I am promoted to governor, I will have more power, but also more responsibility," the Devers said solemnly. "Latin is the strategic center of the kingdom's expansion to the north. There are many races here, and the relationship is complicated. In the past, it was an area where wars frequently occurred. As outsiders, the people under our rule are mainly the natives, the Latin people. How can we ensure the safety of our territory here? How can we ensure the stability of the whole area? How can we make the people support the kingdom? These are the problems that you need to focus on and urgently solve next. I hope that you can unite and cooperate with Anthropolis, Nicomachus, Terrace, and other governors to strengthen the communication between the towns here, build our territory here into an iron plate, and lay the foundation for the next step of our northward advance." The assists nodded. He looked solemn and did not speak. Obviously, he was feeling the Devers' pressure. Divers patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "I believe that with your ability, you will be able to handle this new position well. If you encounter any problems that are difficult to solve, you can also write to me directly." The Devers' eyes lit up. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Devers turned to look at the commander of the Fifth Army. Along with the letter of appointment from the assists, there is another letter of appointment issued by the Ministry of Military Affairs. "Geogres, you will be appointed as the commander of the Latin area." "Me?" Geogres was extremely surprised. His mouth was half open, and he looked a little funny with food in it. He hurriedly shook his head. I can't. This position should be taken by one of Amintes, Matonis, Lazaro, or even Oliver's, because they have made a lot of achievements. Achievements and seniority are not the most important factors in becoming the commander of the Latin area." The Devers took a sip of wine and said seriously, "But who is the most suitable? When I announced which army was willing to stay in Latin, you were the only one who volunteered to stay, and this position was already decided. We are at war now, and Latin is a region we have just conquered. The kingdom needs a commander here, but we don't need him to actively expand. Instead, we need him to strictly control the army and at the same time train the soldiers patiently and carefully monitor the situation in the region to prevent any possible accidents. When the enemy does appear, not only will he have to command his own army, but he will also have to command the reserve troops of the various towns, as well as coordinate and command the armies of the entire Latin area. You happen to be the most suitable candidate. Congratulations, Geogres. I also think you are the most suitable person to be the commander of the Latin area. I hope we can work together to maintain the stability of the region." The assists also sincerely congratulated Geogres. Geogres did not refuse. He expressed his gratitude to the Devers and promised that he would fulfill his duty as a commander and protect the Latin area. The Devers sent off the two most prominent subordinates of the kingdom in the Latin area. After the servants removed the banquet in the living room and cleaned it up, only the Devers and Clotocatax were left in the living room. "What do you think of their appointment?" The Devers suddenly asked his son. "Lord Assists has outstanding ability, and he deserves to be the governor of Latin. But Lord Geogres," although Clotocatax did not finish his sentence, he had already expressed his thoughts. The Devers looked at him and asked in a serious tone, "Before I came to Rome, you were also present at the military meeting in the Saturnicum barracks. When I mentioned that we need to leave a legion in Latin before we go to Sicily, other than Geogres, did any other legion commander express this wish?" Clotocatax answered straightforwardly, "No. Even Lord Amintes thinks that Latin has been completely conquered, and there is no need to leave a legion to guard it." The Devers sneered. "Then is this kind of practice that only cares about pursuing one's own glory and wants to gain more military merits, and is not willing to consider the overall situation and sacrifice one's own interests worth advocating?" Clotocatax pondered. "So, Father, you made Geogres the commander of Latin as a reward for him, and also a silent criticism of the other legion commanders?" The Devers nodded slightly and said, "Also, Geogres seems a little clumsy, not like Amintes, Matonis, and the others who are bold and proactive in doing things, but he can complete every mission given to him, and so far his legion has the least casualties." Clotocatax thought about it carefully. Indeed, the 5th Legion is the one with the most complete personnel. So, based on these 2 points, there is no doubt that Geogres is the most suitable person to be the commander of Latin among the legion commanders. The Devers warned softly, "Clotho, as a leader, don't let your personal likes and dislikes affect your judgment of your subordinates. Only based on their performance in practical matters and their actions at critical times can you make an accurate evaluation of them, and only then can you arrange suitable positions for them so that they can play to their best. After listening, Clotho Catax nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. The Devers coughed softly and asked again, "Do you have any other thoughts about Assist's becoming the governor of Latin?" Clotho Catax was puzzled and asked in return, "Father, is there a problem with this appointment?" The Devers looked at him with bright eyes and said in a low voice, "There is nothing wrong with Assist himself. He is indeed the most suitable candidate for governor of Latin. However, you should not ignore his background. His uncle Antonios is now the governor of Downey, his father-in-law Vespa is now one of the presidents of the Senate, and his brother-in-law Bagul has always been the governor of an important town in the kingdom. He has high prestige among the Lacanians and also in the Senate. This time, Apulia was attacked by the remnants of the former fugitives, and Pacetti became the focus of the attack. Someone in the Senate proposed that Bagul, the governor of Silvium, be the wartime governor of Pacetti. If I approve this proposal, then there will be 3 governors and a rotating president of the Senate, and Assists, as the core figure of this power network, will inevitably become the most powerful person in the kingdom of Dionia, apart from me. What do you think about this?" Clotho Catax did not think of this before. He was surprised at first, and then fell into deep thought, but in the end he could not help but advise, "Father, I heard that Lord Assists has been following you since you were in Persia, and he is one of your most trusted men. You should not be suspicious of him." The Devers' expression became serious. "Son, of course I know that Assists is loyal to me, and I even know that more than 10 years ago he refused to support Antonio's choice of the governor of Naxos in the Senate. However, always being vigilant in the face of power is a basic ability that a king must have. Power tends to lead to corruption, and highly concentrated power makes it easier for people to become ambitious, abuse power for personal gain, trade for money and power, and even have rebellions and wars. I believe that you must have learned a lot when you studied the history of the Mediterranean countries with Ansitanos in the Academy." Chapter 941. So, there can only be one center of power in the kingdom of Dionia, and that's the king. We can't allow other centers of power to appear. Otherwise, it'll lead to confusion and even civil strife. In order to ensure the stability and development of the kingdom, we must avoid concentrating too much power on one minister. Instead, we must disperse it. This involves another ability that the king must have: checks and balances. Checks and balances. Disperse the power and let the ministers restrict each other to form a balance of power. The Devers patiently taught, if a king can be good at checks and balances, not only can he ensure the stability of the kingdom, but he can also maintain the friendship between the ministers. This was the first time Clotho Catax listened to the Devers explaining in detail how to control the ministers. It completely refreshed his understanding of politics. For a moment he fell into deep thought, causing his mind to be in a trance. The Devers lovingly patted his tender shoulder and said softly, "Clotho, don't think too much now. You can slowly experience it in the administrative affairs in the future. You have something important to do next, so you can't follow me to Sicily." "Why?" Clotho Catax was surprised. "In my heart, Rome is the most important city in the kingdom after Turiae. It has a wider and more fertile land than the Sabari plain, a large population and rich metal resources nearby. Therefore, in the strategy of the kingdom's northern expansion, Rome is even more important than Turiae. As a foreign race, the Romans and Latins are mainly farmers. They are hardworking, brave, and disciplined. They are one of the best sources of soldiers. However, they have just been conquered and have not completely submitted to the kingdom, so their recognition of the royal family is even lower. After the Assists rule here for a few years, I'm afraid that the Romans, Latins, Etruscans, and other races will recognize him more than the royal family. This is not good for the stability of the kingdom of Dionia. In order to avoid the malpractice of Antonio's territory in Sicily, it's best to have someone from the royal family working here. On one hand, they can supervise the Assists, and on the other hand, they can win the hearts of the people. This is checks and balances. You're almost 20 years old. It's time for you to take on heavy responsibilities. Devers didn't say anything else. He looked at his son expectantly. Clodo Catax hesitated for a moment before his expression turned resolute. "Father, I'm willing to stay." "Very good." The Devers showed a gratified smile and patted his son on the shoulder again. "Although this is your first official job in the kingdom, I'm not going to give you an easy job. I want you to be the low-level construction officer of Rome. You'll help the construction officer complete the transformation of Rome's urban area, the construction of the temple on Capitoline Hill, and the reconstruction of the Bridge of Rome, a series of public construction tasks. You'll be very busy in the coming days. Are you willing to accept this?" "Of course I am willing." This time, not only did Clodo Catax not hesitate, he was even a little excited. After all, as an ambitious young man, he always wished to take on heavy responsibilities. And to the Devers, after careful consideration, he finally decided to let his son be the construction officer with heavy responsibilities. This was because, be it the transformation of the urban area, the construction of the temple, or the construction of roads and bridges, these public projects would undoubtedly win the praise of the people of Rome. And as the construction officer, Clodo Catax would undoubtedly share this glory and attract the attention of the people. Furthermore, these construction projects required a lot of manpower. Most of them came from the people of Rome during the slack season. Clodo Catax frequently interacted with them. Not only could he understand the people, but he could also promote their good impression of the Dionia royal family. In this aspect, the Devers had no doubts about his son's charm. Of course, the only thing he needed to consider was safety. After Clodo Catax left, the Devers remained in the living room. Before long, Amirius rushed in. "Your Majesty, I'm here." This thin intelligence chief was covered in sweat. He looked a little exhausted, but his expression was one of excitement. The Devers knew that ever since the conquest of the Latin region, in order to ensure the coverage of the entire region and the gathering of intelligence, the team led by Amirius had expanded rapidly with his permission. His intelligence work had become even busier, but the energetic Amirius enjoyed it. The Devers went straight to the point and said, "Amirius, in consideration of your contributions in the war between the kingdom and Rome, I appoint you as the kingdom's intelligence chief in the Latin region." Even though Amirius had always been in this position, and he had only officially received this title, he still appeared very excited. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely continue working hard. There's one more important mission. You have to do your best to complete it." The Devers looked straight at him and said solemnly, "My son, Clodo Catax, will be staying in Rome as a junior construction official. During his stay in Rome, you have to do your best to ensure his safety. Nip any ill intentions towards him in the cradle. If anything were to happen—" As the Devers spoke, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly slammed it heavily on the wooden table, producing a loud bang. Amirius couldn't help but tremble, but he immediately raised his right hand high with his palm facing the sky. He said in an extremely solemn manner, "O Lord Hades, I, Amirius, swear to you, I will do my best to ensure His Highness Clodo Catax's safety. If there's any negligence, I'm willing to let my soul be punished to hell." The Devers was taken aback. He never expected Amirius to be so resolute. According to what he knew, Amirius was indeed a loyal believer of Hades. He coughed dryly and said, "Very good. When Clodo Catax safely returns to Turiae, my entire family will thank you." Amirius hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, ensuring your and His Highness's safety is my duty to begin with." The Devers nodded. What Amirius said was the truth. Although the salary of the kingdom's intelligence department was already paid by the finance department, it was still not under the kingdom's official jurisdiction. Instead, it was directly under the king. Even Aristyras still held the title of a royal herald and did the work of an intelligence chief. Therefore, to be precise, the entire intelligence department was a private subject of the Devers. Therefore, the Devers didn't elaborate further. When Amirius walked out of the living room, he couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Although this mission was indeed a heavy responsibility, it was a rare opportunity to get closer to the future king. Following that, the Devers summoned Marcius and got him to arrange a few loyal, reliable, and excellent guards for Clodo Catax. The next day, the Devers returned to the camp in Saturnicum and gathered the high-ranking generals. He gave them the order to march to Sicily. At the same time, he issued an order. They were to disperse the nearly 7,000 Roman soldiers who had surrendered and incorporate them into all the units apart from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, including the Roman Reserve Brigade. Although a few army commanders raised objections, they believed that incorporating these Roman soldiers who were completely unfamiliar with the Dionysian army's tactics, to the point of them not being able to speak the language, would result in a decrease in the army's combat strength. However, the Devers persisted in their views, and the order was finally carried out. In the simple hall of the chief's residence in Bovianum Vetus, the central town of the Caracini Empire, great leader Contruc sat beside a fire pit with a gloomy expression. A servant brought over some firewood and placed it in the fire pit, lighting it up. Although it was still October, the temperature deep in the mountains had begun to turn cold. Contruc's aged muscles and bones could no longer withstand the cold, but the burning bonfire couldn't drive away the chill in his heart. Great leader, our tribe is currently lacking in food. If we don't think of something, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive the winter. On the other side of the fire pit, Chief Steward Vanni, who was in charge of managing the tribe supplies, said worriedly, "Not only is our tribe lacking food, but the other tribes are also lacking food." Contruc sighed helplessly, his white brows knitted together. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. The Caracini were completely defeated in this war. Not only did they lose many brave warriors, but they also lost a lot of supplies. At first, they were able to organize an army because of the aid of the Carthage people. But since the attack on Downey failed, the change in the war in Sicily, and Dionia's pressure on the Frontani, no more supplies passed through the territory of the Frontani. In order to continue the war, the 4 major tribes had to gather food from their own tribes and attack Campania instead. One of the reasons was to plunder more supplies. If it wasn't for the obstruction of the Dionysian army, the Simonians could be said to be a great success, but in the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. In order to lead the warriors back to their territory safely, Contruc abandoned all the plundered supplies in Beneventum, and in the end, the Dionia obtained them. Now, not only did the Caracini tribe suffer many casualties, but they also consumed a lot of supplies. It could be said that they had suffered a heavy loss in this war. Contruc rubbed his hands hard, then comforted him. "I've already sent someone to Pentine to find their great leader, Bardani, and ask him to help us with a batch of food dash. Ahem!" High Priest Rong and I, who was sitting next to him, coughed heavily. Although they have surrendered to the Dionians as fellow Simonians, they have always been close to us. I believe that they will definitely lend a hand this time. Contruc glanced at him and said in an even more serious tone, "Although they have surrendered to the Dionians, they have always been close to us." Chapter 942. Not only did Penteni surrender to Dionia, but they also dared to refuse to recognize the priestly group and elect their own high priest. This is a blasphemy against the sacred tradition. Rong and I roared angrily. I heard that it was a request from Dionia, and they had no choice but to comply. "Are you going to punish Lalala?" Contruc sighed, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. He looked at the burning flames in front of him blankly. "Now, whether it's Bardani or I'm afraid the only thing we can think of is to let the tribe survive this difficult period. Savone will curse them." Rong and I said hatefully and slammed her wooden staff hard. At this moment, a guard came in to report. "Great leader, Chief Theramonk is back." "Let him in quickly," Contruc said anxiously. A burly middle-aged man walked into the hall with heavy steps. Contruc saw his expressionless face and felt uneasy. "Theramonk, you're finally back. Did Bardani agree?" Theramunk glanced at everyone in the hall, then shook his head and said in a low voice, Bardeni said that the Penteni tribe had almost run out of food in the previous war, and now they're relying on Dionia's help. It's impossible for them to have extra food to help us. Damn Bardeni! Contric's anticipation turned into disappointment, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. His father committed suicide 10 years ago. If it wasn't for our support, how could he have become the great leader of Penteni? Now that he's betrayed the Samanai alliance, forgotten our kindness to him, and ignored the ancient tradition of the 4 major tribes to help each other, refusing to lend a helping hand. Savone will never let this coward off the hook. High Priest Roan and I glanced at him and said coldly, Who is the one who spoke up for him just now? I've already said that these traitors are unreliable. Contric snorted, but did not respond. Great leader, don't we still have the Forentani? We can borrow some rations from them. Vanni, one of his trusted subordinates, suggested. They're even more of a bunch of cowards. Don't have any expectations for them. Contric did not have a good impression of the eastern neighboring tribe that claimed to have the blood of Samanai. He said disdainfully, Previously, because the Dionia pressured them, they refused to let us enter their territory. Now that they've seen us defeated, they can't wait to hide. Why would they provide us with help? Since they won't give, then we'll rob them. Vanni said fiercely. The high priest and the treasurer didn't react in the slightest when they heard this, because the Caracini's daily life depended on hurting and plundering for a living. But at this moment, Contric frowned. Do you think the tribes below haven't thought of this? In the morning, I just received the news that yesterday, a few tribal leaders in the east led hundreds of warriors to invade the territory of the Fiorentini people. However, the Fiorentini people mobilized more people to counterattack and beat them back. They even lost some of their people. Now, the Fiorentini have stationed troops at the border and are on guard against us. No matter how cautious the Fiorentini people are, they're no match for the brave warriors of our tribe. As long as we gather all the warriors of the tribe, we will be able to defeat them and force them to hand over their food obediently, Vanni said proudly. Vanni, you have a good plan. But go ask the tribes in the city and see if any of them are still willing to go to war. The leader of another large tribe, Theramunk, who was sitting beside the fire pit, suddenly sneered and said loudly, The war with Dionia has caused many casualties in our tribe. Now all the tribes are short of resources and are unable to compensate the families of the tribesmen who died in the war. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the tribesmen to respond to the call. Besides, without the help of Pentni and Catini, can our Caracini tribe really defeat the Frentani tribe with our current strength? Besides, it would be useless even if they could defeat them. Don't forget that the Frentani were now affiliated with Dionia. They can ask for help from Dionia at any time. It's not just the Frentani people. It's reported that the Maxi people in the north have also made some movements in the past few days. They seem to be preparing to avenge their previous defeat. Even though Contric was very close to the fire pit, he still seemed to feel cold. His body was curled into a ball, and he kept rubbing his hands with a worried frown on his face. His eyes were a little dazed. Although the Dionia people have left Pentni's territory, they are still entrenched in Benventum and may march north at any time. We are surrounded by enemies, and we still have to suffer from hunger. Beside him, High Priest Roan and Vanni were also frowning, their eyes filled with confusion. Only Theramund, who was standing opposite the fire pit, did not look worried, but his expression was uncertain. He kept glancing at the others, and finally could not help but say loudly, There's only one way to save us, the Caracini people. Surrender to Dionia. His words were like a clap of thunder that shook the 3 of them. High Priest Roan was the first to yell, Even if all of us starve to death, we will never surrender to our mortal enemy, Dionia, who is trying to destroy our sacred tradition. No, we can't surrender to Dionia. I heard that they claim to punish the instigators of the war. While Vanne objected, he looked worriedly at his great leader, Contric. Theramund gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and stood up straight. He mustered his courage and looked straight at Contrak. It's not a big deal to change some traditions for the survival of the entire tribe. Besides, if it weren't for your insistence, many tribes wouldn't have agreed to send warriors to invade Dionia's territory that doesn't share a border with us. There's an old saying in the Samanese, the one who attracts the crows is responsible for driving them away. Chief, you should take responsibility for the entire tribe that's facing extinction. Theramund, how can you speak to the chief like that? Vanni yelled in panic. Contrak stared at Theramund and slowly stood up. His hunched and trembling body instantly became imposing, and he pressed down on Theramund aggressively. You didn't go to Pentney for help. Instead, you went to the Dionia and prepared to surrender to them, didn't you? Since the words had been spoken, Theramund decided to go all out. He stood where he was and did not back down. Of course, I went to Bartheny, but the Dionia also found me. You should know that our enemies are not only Dionia, Frentani, and the Maxi, but also the Volsi in the northwest and the Pentney who have cut off contact with us. The forces around us have all become allies of the Dionia. As long as Dionia gives the order, they will attack us. Chief, when you persuade us to start a war, you always say for the good of the Karakines. Now, the Karakines are facing a life and death situation. If you really think for the sake of the entire Karakines, shouldn't you do something for us? After hearing these words, Contrak's imposing manner instantly faded, and a gloomy expression climbed onto his old face. He swayed his body and sat down dejectedly. The hall suddenly fell into a cold silence. Suddenly, a guard rushed in and shouted in panic, "Chief, there are a lot of tribesmen outside, and they want to force their way in. They said they want to propose to you." Vanne subconsciously looked at Saramund and asked, "You did it?" "You overestimate me." There was a trace of sadness in Theramund's voice. "They just want to live." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a deafening cry outside. "Sue Dionia for peace immediately. We request to re-elect the chief." Hearing this, Contrak, who was already old, instantly looked even older. His face was pale, and he stood up shakily. He refused Vanni's help and staggered towards the courtyard door. The army of Dionia in Ladin sailed south in batches, and the Third Fleet, which received orders from the Devers, returned to escort them. During this period, Caracini surrendered to Dionia. It was said that the former chief, Contrak, committed suicide at home, but only the current chief was present when he committed suicide, so there were also rumors that he was killed by Theramund. This caused quite a stir in Caracini. Max Brutus, a former aristocrat of Rome, was now a surrendered soldier of the 1st Company of the 2nd Brigade of Dionia's 2nd Legion. He had just been dispersed and had not had time to familiarize himself with this completely unfamiliar military environment before the army began to sail south. It was the first time in young Max's life that he rode on a ship. The ship rocked in the waves without a moment's rest, and he also vomited until he passed out. He was tossed around for an entire day. On the 2nd day, he was woken up by a comrade next to him. "Brother, don't sleep, we should go ashore." Max did not understand what the Dionia soldier said, but he followed the direction of the soldier's finger and understood what he meant. The ship was sailing towards a town on the coast. They finally reached the shore. Max let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. This was the first time he went to the sea, and he had never longed for land so much. He took a deep breath of the sea breeze, trying to get rid of the rotten smell in his mouth. The soldiers around him were talking and laughing excitedly, but he could not understand what they were saying. He did not know what the other people in Rome who were in the same situation as him were thinking. Chapter 943. However, Marquez was eager to learn the language of Dionia and integrate into the environment. He could still remember the speech made by the king of Dionia who defeated the great Camillus. "Soldiers of Rome, Rome has been annexed to the kingdom of Dionia. You have been completely defeated. You can always harbor your hatred for Dionia, but please don't forget that when you conquered Villiers, you killed all the captive males in Villiers City. When you occupied Satnicum, Enium, Villiers, and other Wolsey territories, you either killed or enslaved all the Wolsey males you captured. But today, when you were defeated, Dionia did not deal with you the way you did in the past. It did not end your young lives early, and it did not turn you into lowly slaves. Instead, it gave you the opportunity to become a citizen of Dionia. I believe that many of you have had contact with your former compatriots in Rome. You more or less know what kind of rights and benefits a citizen of Dionia will bring you. You may not be as rich as you used to be, and you can no longer use your power to oppress other citizens at will. But you will become a citizen of the most powerful kingdom in the Mediterranean Sea, and you will be envied by the people of other countries. You will see a wider world and get more opportunities for development. Well, people of Rome, no matter what, the Rome of the past has been destroyed. You are facing a new beginning. Do you want to continue to hate and be suppressed and destroyed in the end? Or do you want to pick up your spear and shield and fight with us to win the respect of the people of Dionia and open up a new future for yourself and your family? It's up to you. It's up to us. Marquez muttered silently in his heart. At this time, a man appeared in front of him, patted him on the shoulder with a smile on his face, and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you okay now?" That smile always reminded Max of how the Dionic doctors treated him meticulously when he was afflicted with the plague and filled with despair. That was why he could live to this day in good health. That was why he didn't hate the Dionians too much. He believed that all the people of Rome who were cured by the doctors of Dionia would have such a feeling, because it was the people of Dionia who gave them a second life. Marquez looked at the Dionia officer who had been concerned about him. Although he did not understand what he said, he roughly understood what he meant, so he quickly nodded. "Let's disembark together." The team officer pointed at the dock that was already within reach, and then picked up the wrapped shield, spear, and armor that were placed beside him. Marx wanted to stop them, but he could not speak Greek at all. Coupled with the fact that he had been vomiting nonstop, his body was indeed weak. He could only watch helplessly as the officer opened the bags and asked the other soldiers to help him carry one item each. This scene made him determined to learn the language of Dionia as soon as possible. In fact, Marquez's judgment was wrong. What he saw was not a town, but a Trine naval base. Therefore, when the other Rome soldiers who were not seasick boarded the passenger ship and entered the port of the naval base, all of them widened their eyes in surprise. In front of them was a port that was many times larger than the port of Ostia. Countless piers stretched out from the winding coast like a terrifying centipede. Huge warships cruised on the other side of the port, sometimes stopping in formation, sometimes sprinting. The slogans of the sailors echoed throughout the port. A few Latin soldiers in Legio, 3 proudly told the people of Rome who were stunned. There are 5 naval bases like this in the kingdom of Dionia. The First Fleet has 2, Tarentum and Castellan. This is not the largest one. These former nobles of Rome were even more bewildered. They suddenly found that the strength of the kingdom of Dionia was far beyond their imagination. The unwillingness in their hearts dissipated under this powerful deterrence. The naval base of the Third Fleet was in Trine, but the military camp of Legio VI was not here. It was in Silatina. The 2 cities were dozens of miles apart. For the convenience of continuing south, the soldiers who went ashore were not taken to the Silatina military camp. Instead, they rested in the new camp outside the naval base. 10 days ago, the Devers had already made this plan. They wrote a letter to the Senate, and the Senate urgently informed Trine and the surrounding towns. The idle people were organized by the city hall to build a camp for the coming army. So when the army of the expedition to Latin arrived, the soldiers found that the camp had already been built and everything was in place. They did not need to do anything at all. Since the expedition to Rome, it was rare for them to enjoy a ready-made campfire without having to do anything. When they settled down, the officers announced another good news to them. His Majesty the Devers, in order to thank you for your contribution to the kingdom in Latin, has specially allowed you to hold a bonfire party to celebrate tonight. The soldiers cheered when they heard this. The whole camp was in an uproar. Of course, except for the Rome nobles and soldiers, who did not know what was going on. In the afternoon, the officials of the Trine City Hall led the organized people to deliver countless bottles of wine, hundreds of goats, and other food to the entire military camp. Of course, there were more people who came to the military camp to visit their loved ones in Legio VI. To prevent them from disrupting the order of the entire military camp, Commander Tradonost allowed the soldiers to meet outside the military camp. In this expedition to Latin, Legio VI suffered many casualties. The civilians who learned that their loved ones had been killed or severely injured were crying in sorrow. The civilians who saw their loved ones standing in front of them in perfect condition were crying in joy. In short, the area outside the camp was filled with cries, but inside the camp there was endless laughter, forming a strange scene. At dusk, the soldiers of the various legions walked out of the camp under the leadership of the team officers and came to the wilderness that had been set up. There were hundreds of wheat mounds made of freshly harvested wheatgrass. They were distributed in circles, and there was a relatively large open space in the center with a larger wheat mound. Every squad sat around a pile of wheat. The squad leaders brought a few soldiers to the supply camp and brought back a few jars of wine, a few large jars of stewed and hot mutton giblet soup, a goat that had already been slaughtered, cleaned, and cut up, a basket of fresh fruits, a basket of washed fresh vegetables, and a jar of dried fruits. The captain personally served the soldiers, filling the wooden cups in each soldier's hands with wine, and the pottery bowl with haggis soup, although Max wasn't as excited as the other soldiers. In the squad, to drink the Tali wine, he still expressed his gratitude to the squad leader, who looked even younger than him due to his noble upbringing. The captain saw that he had a good attitude and said some words of encouragement. Marquez, who did not understand the language of Dionia, could only nod slightly. In the end, the captain laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Then he went on to serve the next soldier. The next soldier's attitude towards the captain was much more respectful, which made Marquez feel a little strange. Of course, he did not know that the captain's name was Adoris, and he was the adopted son of the king of Dionia. Just as the soldiers began to eat, the sky gradually darkened, but soon the wheat mounds were ignited one by one, driving away the darkness of the wilderness. Dong! Dong! The vigorous sound of drums suddenly sounded, and the originally noisy bonfire venue quieted down under the reminder of the team officers. Then a sonorous and solemn chant reverberated in the air above the venue, causing the soldiers to put away the smiles on their faces. Then they saw a group of people with strange appearances and different clothes appear in the center of the venue, next to the largest bonfire. It's the birth of Hades. Some of the soldiers had already guessed the song of the large-scale play and began to cheer. The large-scale play of Dionia had only been around for more than 10 years, but it had developed very quickly. Now, it had moved away from the original pantomime performance and had individual singing and dancing. Of course, this was inseparable from the enlightenment of the king's Devers, which made the performance of large-scale plays more diverse, and it attracted more people of Dionia. The song The Birth of Hades was one of the classics, and it was very popular among the people. Therefore, the soldiers present temporarily stopped eating and playing, and focused on the performance. The first act of The Birth of Hades was about the siblings Hades, Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, and Hades defeating their father, Cronus, and began to divide the world. When everyone was arguing for more benefits, Hades took the initiative to go to Hades' purgatory to watch over and supervise the souls of the dead. The gods were puzzled by his firm decision, and they were ashamed that he did not fight for fame and fortune, and only focused on achieving his ideals. In the second act, Hades came to the underworld, which was very chaotic due to the lack of control. Hades invited Thanatos and Hypnos to be the god of death and the god of sleep. He also persuaded Minos, Radamandas, and Ajax to be the 3 judges. He subdued the 3-headed dog, Cerberus, to be responsible for guarding the gate, and Charon to be in charge of the ferry. Finally, order was restored in the underworld. In the third act, the underworld was well governed. Hades married the goddess of fertility, Persephone. The humans thanked him for his contributions and worshipped him. Finally, he danced happily with his subordinates. The entire plot was meticulously compiled by the priests led by Plesines. Most of the dialogue in the play was sung. The melody was composed by the famous music poet of the kingdom, the teacher of the Dionia Academy, Pharisanus, who led the students to complete it with great effort. The last group dance, which surpassed this era, was composed by the Devers. Hence, the birth of Hades was sculpted by the hands of many famous artists. When it was performed for the first time during Hades' celebration, it caused a sensation among the people of the kingdom. Because of the language barrier, Marquez was not as mesmerized as the other soldiers. However, the actors' exquisite costumes, superb acting skills, and beautiful singing attracted his attention. He tried hard to guess the plot. Chapter 944. When the cheerful music played at the end of the third act, the actors quickly lined up in a neat triangle and began to dance to their heart's content. Marquez and the other Roman soldiers were wide-eyed. They had never seen such a strange dance before. Accompanied by the ups and downs of the music, the actors' movements were sometimes masculine, sometimes soft, and sometimes comical. They shook their heads, twisted their waists, and swayed their hips. These dance movements were something they had never seen or heard before, but they fit the music so well and were so uniform that it made everyone's blood boil. Their bodies trembled with the music, and they wanted to dance to their heart's content. In fact, when the music started, many Dionia soldiers stood up, hummed the melody, shook their heads and swayed their bodies, and danced with the actors on the field. The drama lasted for more than an hour. When it ended, the audience burst into cheers. Even many Roman soldiers could not help but shout along with their comrades. But soon, the people of Rome stopped shouting, and the soldiers of Dionia cheered even more enthusiastically because their beloved king, Devers, was standing in the center of the hall. The Devers was wearing the same black shirt as the soldiers, holding a wine glass in his hand. He looked around and said with a solemn and loud voice, "Brothers, it only took you 4 months to conquer Rome and the surrounding city-states, saving our allies, and removing the threat from the north of the kingdom. You will be engraved on the stone tablet for this war, and be remembered by future generations. Your families will be proud of you, and the kingdom will be proud of you. Here, on behalf of the Senate and the generals who commanded you, I propose a toast to you, thanking you for your blood and sacrifice in this war." As the Devers spoke, he bent down and held the wine glass with both hands. He raised it high above his head and slowly turned around. At this moment, the field filled with tens of thousands of people was silent. Only the sea breeze could be heard. The Devers stood up again and shouted, "This glass of wine is for you, the heroes of the kingdom. Cheers!" The field was suddenly filled with thunder. "Cheers, your majesty!" The Dionia soldiers all raised their wine glasses and shouted excitedly. Some of them even shed tears. Devers gulped it down in one gulp and wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and gestured for the crowd to quiet down. Then he said loudly, "Was the play I just performed good?" "Beautiful. Next, I'll also perform something for you, okay?" "Good." The soldiers shouted excitedly, "This is a song I wrote for you." After Devers said this, the soldiers became even more excited and expectant. Devers coughed twice, and the entire venue quietened down. "We are soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, brave warriors who defend the safety of the kingdom. Take up my dear shield and lance." He rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. "My parents were reluctant to see us off. The ardent expectations of his wife and children at home. With our longing, we rushed to the battlefield and won glory to share with them. We are soldiers of the Legion of Dionia." Devers had been preparing this song for a while. The original song came from the famous Soviet song Katyusha in his previous life. The melody was simple and beautiful, the rhythm was light, and there was a hint of romance in the heroic. It was very suitable for the soldiers to sing during marching and fighting. Devers took it out at this time in the hope that it could inspire the soldiers to overcome the fatigue of long-term fighting, reinvigorate their enthusiasm, and devote themselves to the next battle against Carthage with exuberant fighting spirit. Sure enough, the soldiers fell in love with this song after listening to it once. Due to the simple melody, many soldiers could quickly hum along. When Devers sang it for the third time, the soldiers could already sing it loudly. The entire venue was filled with singing and was unusually lively. After Devers finished singing, the surrounding singing did not stop. The soldiers were completely intoxicated. After a while, the venue became a little quieter. Devers asked loudly, "Brothers, is it good?" "It's very good, Your Majesty. Do you want to know the name of this song?" "Yes, it's called the Song of the Legion of Dionysia." Not only the soldiers, but even the officers were surprised. This song was written for us. Everyone was filled with pride and pride. The soldiers who had stopped singing sang again in a louder voice. "We are soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia." They were so engrossed in singing that the fanatical atmosphere infected the Roman soldiers. Even though they did not understand the meaning of the song, they also hummed the tune softly. The song was really catchy. After singing it again and again, the soldiers of Dionia memorized the entire song and the lyrics. Devers signaled for them to quiet down again. He smiled and said loudly, "Next, the two commanders, Amyntas and Martones, will perform wrestling for everyone. Do you want to watch?" "Yes." When the soldiers heard that there was such a good thing, they all shouted excitedly. Wrestling was one of the most common sports events in Greece. The Dionysian soldiers had been training since they were young, and wrestling was also a routine event to train the soldiers' physique. However, they had never seen two high-ranking army commanders wrestling, so they were naturally very curious. According to Greece's tradition, the contestants were supposed to be naked and covered with olive oil. However, the autumn night was a little chilly. The two commanders were not young, so they were wearing black shirts to prevent themselves from catching a cold. It did not affect the enthusiasm of the soldiers. When the two commanders stood in the middle of the venue, the cheers became even louder. "Are you ready?" Devers asked with a smile. Amyntas stared at his opponent and raised his chin. "Martones, you always like to compete with me. Today, I'll let you know who the strongest warrior in the kingdom is." Martones blinked and said indifferently, "Old Captain, you're older than me. Don't worry, I won't use my full strength." Trying to provoke me? Amyntas grinned, but his expression soon turned serious. He took a small step back with his right foot, squatted down, arched his back, and opened his arms wide. He was ready to strike. Seeing this, Martones immediately got ready to wrestle. At this moment, Devers became the referee and shouted, "Begin!" The two commanders roared at the same time and pounced on each other. The hall immediately erupted into an uproar. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Corps were desperately cheering for their respective corps commanders, while the soldiers of the other corps were also cheering for the two famous corps commanders. If there were no officers to maintain order, most of the soldiers would have probably rushed to the center of the hall. Even though they could not leave, they stood up and kept waving their arms, shouting and jumping. The scene was very lively. In such an atmosphere, Amyntas and Martones had long forgotten about Devers's reminder that it was just a performance and not to take it too seriously. They became high-spirited and used all their skills, wanting to completely defeat each other. The two of them fought for a long time and were panting from exhaustion. Even their shirts were torn. In the end, Amyntas, who was 6 years older than Martones, fell to the ground due to exhaustion and lost the match. Martones immediately helped him up. Amyntas patted the dust off his body and said indignantly, "Kid, if it was 10 years earlier, you definitely wouldn't be able to defeat me. But now, I'm old." Martones, who had the upper hand, did not argue with him. He only had a smile on his face. At this moment, Devers said loudly to the soldiers around them, "Soldiers, was the wrestling performance of the two commanders exciting?" "Exciting!" The soldiers yelled excitedly. Devers pointed at the two who were patting the dust off and said seriously, Commander Amyntas is 54 years old this year, and Commander Martones is 48 years old this year. They are old, but they are still strong and agile. They are not weaker than you young people. This is the result of their persistent training. Therefore, all of you should learn from the two corps commanders. Persevering in training will not only improve your killing skills and gain more battle merits, but it will also keep you healthy and young. Am I right? Yes. The soldiers, especially the soldiers of the First Legion, yelled. The yelling dispelled the awkwardness in Amyntas' heart. The next to perform was Epicthenes and Olivers. Both of them were cheerful and lively generals. They had a handstand walking competition, which was indeed out of the soldiers' expectations. Their funny performance made the soldiers laugh. Next, Legio III's commander Lazaro and mountain reconnaissances Captain Izamu had a sprinting competition. Cavalry commander Leds and Cusius had a horsemanship competition. Legio VI's commander Trituras and Royal Guard Captain Marcius had a heavy infantry competition. And the Third Fleet's commander Middleades and his crew cooperated to climb the mast at this moment. The prestigious generals who commanded the army to charge and break through the enemy lines were doing their best in the center of the venue. Some were even shouting and yelling ungracefully. Their faces were covered in dust, which was a novelty to the soldiers. It also gave them some psychological balance. This was one of the main reasons why Devers insisted that the generals perform for the soldiers on this special night. However, for the soldiers of Rome's reserve brigade and the noble soldiers of Rome who had surrendered, although they were surprised that the Daionia generals did not put on airs and mingled with the soldiers, they were not as excited as the Daionia soldiers. After all, they were not familiar with the Daionia generals and did not have a deep impression of them. That was until Sextus stood in the center of the venue. Chapter 945. The Roman soldiers who had been quiet all this while began to cheer, accompanied by the curses of the Roman noble soldiers. The Roman nobles still believed that the defeat of Rome was inseparable from the surrender of Rome's civilian soldiers to Daionia and their rebellion against them. As the leader of Rome's civilian soldiers, Sextus was naturally the biggest traitor. Sextus turned a deaf ear to the curses. He signaled the 10 Roman soldiers behind him to get ready. He then took a deep breath and led them to sing loudly, "O River Tiber, you are the mother of the Romans. You have held Rome in your arms for hundreds of years, and you have selflessly given us the sweetness of love." Marquez was stunned when he heard the familiar song. He subconsciously hummed along, but his eyes slowly turned red. "Oh, River Tiber" was an old song that the Romans could sing since they were young. However, when it rang out at this time and place, it brought a different kind of bitterness to the Roman noble soldiers who were about to leave Rome to live in a foreign land. The curses became softer, but the song became louder. The mellow and lyrical song echoed in the wilderness, mixed with the faint sound of sobbing. Look, the swollen river is roaring. The lone wolf is howling on the Capitoline mountain. The Romans are plowing the land touched by the river Tiber, hard but happy. Marquez sang emotionally. Suddenly, he saw the Daionia soldiers around him clapping their hands and humming along. "It's a beautiful song, isn't it?" The captain raised his glass and smiled at him in a friendly manner. The Daionia soldiers around each campfire raised their glasses to the Roman soldiers. That night, the soldiers drank and danced to their heart's content, venting their anxiety, sadness, fear, boredom, and other negative emotions from the previous war. The next morning, the senior generals, led by Amyntas and Matones, gathered in the military conference room of the Trine Naval Base. "Matones, didn't you sleep last night?" The Devers frowned as he looked at the 2nd Legion commander, who was slumped on the wooden chair. "Your Majesty." Matones hurriedly propped himself up and yawned. "Last night, Amyntas forced me to drink with him. The bonfire party was already over, but he didn't stop. I was completely drunk. I didn't even know when I returned to the campsite." Hearing Matones' tactful rebuke, Amyntas glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Puffing out his chest, he said proudly, "Brat, now you know who's old, right?" Who is it that I threw to the ground yesterday? Matones retorted. All right, haven't you two had enough? Do you want me to give you a few more cans of wine for you to drink to your heart's content? The Deverses' expression darkened. The two immediately quieted down, but their eyes were still glaring at each other. Last night, you two led the soldiers to have fun to your heart's content. Don't forget to thank Middleades. He arranged for the fleet infantrymen to maintain the order of the banquet and stand guard for the drunk soldiers to prevent any accidents. The Devers said solemnly, although he only dared to hold such a large-scale bonfire party because the entire army was located in the hinterland of the kingdom. There were still some safety issues that needed to be considered. For example, if the soldiers let down their guard after the fun, would the surrendered nobles of Rome take the opportunity to make things difficult for them? Therefore, he ordered thousands of fleet infantrymen to be on standby and monitor the situation at the campsite so that they could pass the night peacefully. This also gave him more confidence in commanding these nobles of Rome. Your Majesty, it's the responsibility of the Third Fleet to station the troops here and take care of the safety, Middleades said humbly. The Devers nodded slightly, took out a letter, and asked Henoboris to pass it to him. The Middleades opened it, and his eyes widened. The Carthage will send a new fleet of nearly 200 warships to protect Sardinia. The other generals were shocked when they heard this, and they rushed to pass the secret letter to each other. What, are you afraid? The Devers said calmly. The Middleades smiled and said excitedly, Your Majesty, this is great. The Third Fleet can finally fight a real naval battle. The Devers looked at him and asked seriously, The Carthage have nearly 200 warships, and the Third Fleet only has 150. Are you confident in defeating them? Of course. The Middleades replied without hesitation. Although the Carthage have many warships, they are still using traditional naval tactics. Many naval battles in the past have shown that our naval tactics have a great advantage. Moreover, the Carthage has formed a new fleet so quickly, and they haven't even gone through a period of running in before they were hurriedly sent to the battlefield. When it comes to a real battle, whether their warships can cooperate well with each other is a problem. Also, according to tradition, the newly built warships need to go through a period of sea trials and repairs before their quality can be guaranteed. The new warships of the Carthage have obviously not gone through strict tests, and problems are likely to occur in intense battles. After hearing this, the Devers turned to ask Tormid, How's the situation with our newly built warships? 2 days ago, the Ministry of Military Affairs sent a message saying that 26 warships have been built in Turiae, 23 in Tarentum, 20 in Brindisi, 15 in Crotone, 17 in Trine. So far, the kingdom has built 213 three-deck or warships and is undergoing sea tests. According to the normal procedures, they will be put into use by the end of this month. After introducing the situation of the new warships smoothly, Tormid asked, Your Majesty, do we need to put these warships into service in advance? The Devers shook his head. No, just follow the normal procedures. However, when these warships are put into service, allocate 50 of them to the Third Fleet first. When the Middleades heard this, he was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Devers knocked on the table with his hand and said seriously, Carthage sent this new fleet to Sardinia instead of Sicily, which shows how important Sardinia is to them. What's more, the appearance of such a fleet in the waters of Sardinia is a great threat to the Latin region that we have just conquered and to the entire west coast of our kingdom. So, Middleades, your task now is to find it and destroy it. Then continue to attack the coast of Sardinia and cut off the connection between Sardinia and Carthage. Your Majesty, the Third Fleet will definitely complete the task you have given us. Middleades replied resolutely. But before that, the Third Fleet must first escort the army to land in Sicily. The Devers' eyes swept across the generals in the room and slowly said, Along with this news about the new Carthage fleet, there is also a battle report from Sicily. The Carthage have captured Aegilion, Aegilian has been captured." The generals were all surprised. During their stay in the Saturnicum camp, they had a detailed understanding of the battlefield situation in Sicily, considering that they would soon be fighting south. They knew that Carthage's army had been blocked at Paragonia and Hina, unable to advance an inch. But now that they were about to land in Sicily, the situation suddenly changed. What is Prosos doing? How can he abandon Aegilian so easily? If Carthage's people occupy it, they can break into the Aetna region. Not only will Cadanae be threatened, but Naxos will also be threatened, Amyntas said angrily. Prosos, as the commander of Sicily, not only was he able to defeat Carthage's first army, but he also defeated Serenus and disturbed the enemies in the west of Sicily. After that, he faced the sudden attack of the 100,000 Carthage army led by Margo and the people of Syracuse. With such a huge difference in strength, he was still able to resist the attack of Carthage's people, ensure the safety of the main cities in Sicily, and buy time for us to land in Sicily. It's already not easy for Prosos to do all this with just the military forces of Sicily. We shouldn't be too harsh on him, the Devers said softly. His generous praise for Prosos' Leotychides made Amyntas feel a little awkward. Although there were some generals who were not convinced, they remained silent at the moment. Your Majesty, the loss of Aegilian won't affect us much. Printos had always sat in the corner during military meetings in the past, but his glorious achievements in Latin had raised his status significantly. Not only did he sit beside the large wooden table with a map engraved on it, but he was also not far from the Devers. He also took the initiative to speak. Looking at this map, we can see that the capture of Aegilian by Carthage's people doesn't have much of an impact on our territory in Sicily. This is a mountainous area, so it's difficult to transport food. Even if Carthage's people enter Aetna through Aegilian, as long as Naxos and Cadanae defend the cities, their attack won't last long. Moreover, Hina and Hebeda are still a threat to their rear. Printos, don't forget about the people of Sycars. Tormid finally found an opportunity to refute his colleague. Although Aegilian hasn't been annexed by the kingdom, it used to be the center of the people of Sycars. It's very important to them. Now that it has fallen into the hands of Carthage, I'm afraid that the Sycars in the east will lose their confidence in us. Didn't you say that the Sycars in the east have always been close to us and are almost annexed by the kingdom? They wouldn't surrender to Carthage so easily, would they? Olivers objected. Chapter 946. Without Aegilian as a barrier, Prosos won't be able to take it back. The Cycles are being pressured by Carthage's army, and they don't know that reinforcements are coming. Moreover, the Carthage are adept at fighting in the mountains. Faced with such a predicament, it's hard to predict what the Cycles will do. Talmud said with a serious expression. However, if the Sycar tribe that lives on the western edge of the Sicily territory surrenders to the Carthaginians, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble for our Sicily territory. Devers slammed his hand on the wooden table and said in a deep voice, I've decided to have the entire army disembark on Cadanae and repel Carthage's army head-on. Your Majesty, when we were discussing at Saturnicum, didn't you plan to have the army disembark on the western border of Sicily, which is defenseless, and cut off the retreat route of the Carthage's army? Matones asked. Yes, I've proposed such a plan before. However, the premise of implementing this plan is that the Carthage have lost their naval power, and they won't be able to threaten our landing fleet. Devers pointed at Sicily on the map on the wooden table and explained calmly, however, the situation has changed now. The Carthage's new fleet has already been put into use, and we don't know how many warships are being built in the shipyards of the Phoenicians. I believe that everyone still remembers the situation when we disembarked on Latin America. The number of warships carrying our legions is so large that it's impossible to hide from the Carthage's eyes and ears, and it's impossible to launch a surprise attack. When the time comes, the Carthage will mobilize all their naval power to stop us from disembarking. Everything went smoothly when we disembarked on Latin America, and it took us almost half a day. However, If we disembark on the western border of Sicily, the Carthage will try their best to stop us from disembarking. After all, that area is under the Carthage's control, and it's more advantageous for them to fight. Even if we can gather the Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet together, we might not be able to gain any advantage. And even if we manage to land in the end, such a large army will require a large amount of food, and we will still have to rely on sea transportation for food supplies. This will be another big problem. Devers looked around at the crowd. Seeing that they did not refute, but were deep in thought, he said loudly, "Also, the territory of Sicily is being destroyed and threatened by Carthage's army. The people are eagerly waiting for us to go and rescue them. If we disregard their safety and would rather take a huge risk to land in the west of Sicily, what will they think? So, the most important thing now is to chase the Carthage people out of Sicily so that the people can quickly rebuild their homes." Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense and nodded in support. "Your Majesty, the plan to send the entire army to the west of Sicily has been cancelled, but we can send 1 or 2 legions," Epitones interjected. Devers glanced at him and said, "This problem will not be discussed today. 3 days ago, the Ministry of Military Affairs has informed the reserve soldiers of each city to gather at the military camp of Silatina. Your task in the next 2 days is to replenish them into your legions as soon as possible. 2 days later, we will set off for Cadanae." "What about the Rome soldiers who have surrendered?" Amyntas asked. Devers had already thought about it and said, "Keep them in their respective teams, and each team will have 1 more Rome soldier. With the addition of the reserve soldiers, the proportion of Rome soldiers in the army will be diluted. I think this will be more conducive to the stability of the troops, and it will also be more beneficial for these Rome soldiers to integrate into the army. Lord Maraluk, our soldiers have occupied the city wall." The adjutant was so excited that he was dancing. It was no wonder that he was so excited. Tens of thousands of Carthage soldiers besieged the seemingly small city of Paragonia. After more than half a month of attack, apart from many casualties, they had not made much progress. Now, they had finally gnawed this hard bone. Mara, who had been gloomy these days, finally showed a smile. He said loudly, "Blow the bugle to attack. Let the soldiers seize the opportunity to continue to attack the city. Break the second wall of the Dionia and kill all the Dionia people in the city." "Yes." "Woo." Margot listened to the loud bugle and watched as hundreds of soldiers swarmed into the city of Paragonia. The sounds of fighting from the city were getting weaker and weaker. Mara clenched his fists. He was eager to break the inner city wall that had caused a lot of trouble for the besieging soldiers. The Carthaginian soldiers, who occupied the top of the city wall, quickly rushed down from all directions. They roared as they rushed into the city, chasing after the fleeing enemies. They were extremely excited, but they rarely noticed that the water flowing in the ditches along the crisscrossing streets was not stinky sewage, but sticky tar. In the empty houses, a large amount of wheatgrass that had just been harvested was piled up, standing on the inner city wall. The captain of the 7th Legion of Dionia looked at the enemies that were rapidly approaching the city like a tide. He decisively ordered, "Close the gate!" "Captain, there are still many brothers retreating to the inner city. They will arrive soon. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer." The commander of the 7th Legion on the side pleaded anxiously. Gritting his teeth, Temenides hardened his heart and said, "It's too late. Before they reach the city wall, the Carthage people will rush into the inner city. By then, everything we have worked hard to arrange will be in vain." At this point, he raised his voice and shouted, "Close the gate!" After giving this order, he then raised his right arm and waved it down. "Fire arrows!" More than a dozen arrows were shot into the ditch under the city wall, and immediately a circle of flames rose and quickly spread out along the connected ditch. "Captain, here!" The guard handed the wet linen to Temenides. Temenides looked around at the soldiers who had already covered themselves with linen, took it, and covered his mouth and nose with it. Not long after, The entire outer city had become a sea of fire. The Carthage soldiers who had been advancing aggressively now panicked and wanted to retreat, but the narrow streets and crowded crowds made it impossible for them to do so. So, as they pushed and shoved each other frantically, and even killed each other, flames and thick smoke shrouded them. In the sea of fire in the outer city, shrill screams could be heard everywhere. Among these screams, there must be the Daionia soldiers who had not retreated into the inner city in time. Temenides closed his eyes in pain, holding on to battlements, and slowly knelt down, silently chanting in his heart, "Oh, great Hades! You are the protector of the kingdom of Daionia. You are the just and strict ruler of the underworld. I beg you to give a fair trial to these warriors who died for the kingdom, so that their souls can receive the protection they deserve." Not only was Temenides praying, but all the soldiers on the inner city wall were doing the same thing. Even though the solid wall blocked the fire from spreading, the rolling heat waves were suffocating, but everyone remained kneeling, facing the burning sea of fire and praying devoutly. The Carthage people who were watching the battle outside the city were originally cheering, because they were about to break the city. But when they saw the fire rising from the city and quickly enveloping the whole city, they were all shocked. Soon, their shock turned into panic. "Oh my God, the Daionia people have gone crazy. They've set the whole town on fire. Quickly withdraw the troops. Look at the fire. It's too late." The soldiers are desperately rushing in to gain merit, blocking all the city gates. This is not something that can be withdrawn in a short time. Victory was so close, but it turned into despair in the blink of an eye. Margot suddenly felt suffocated, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. He immediately snatched a spear from a guard and threw it at a Namibian soldier who had just escaped from Fire City and was fleeing in this direction in a panic. The spear pierced his chest. Margot looked around at the soldiers with a ferocious face and roared, "All of you, shut up!" His entourage suddenly fell silent. In the evening, Pamilka walked into the tent of the Carthage barracks. Margot, who had a face full of resentment and was unapproachable during the day, was now munching on the cooked lamb leg with a calm expression. Seeing Pamilka come in, he picked up the half-eaten leg of lamb and said, "Agrigento's lamb is really delicious. Would you like a piece?" "Thank you. I've already had dinner." Pamilka pulled a wooden chair, sat opposite him, and asked softly, "Next, what's your plan?" "What do you mean?" Margot looked at him and asked rhetorically. "Lord Margot, the Daionia people have burned the entire outer city of Paragonia, and we have suffered heavy losses. According to the statistics that have just come in, nearly 2,000 soldiers have been burned to death, and more than 2,000 soldiers have been burned. Since we besieged Paragonia, the number of dead and injured soldiers has reached 7,000. As Pamilka continued to state the facts, his originally calm tone became heavy. "We can't do anything to a small Paragonia, let alone the Daionia barracks, Leontini, and Cadenai, which are larger and have more soldiers. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, when Daionia's reinforcements arrive, I'm afraid we won't have enough strength to fight them head-on." "What the hell are you trying to say?" Margot's face darkened, and he asked impatiently, "I believe you have received news from Sardinia, a huge fleet of Daionia carrying soldiers from Latin to the south to Trine. I'm afraid that the Daionia people have won the war with Rome, and their army is about to land in Sicily. Should we temporarily stop the attack on Cadenai and fully prepare to fight the main force of Daionia?" Literature Museum. Chapter 947. Stop attacking Cadenai? Margot's face was full of hatred as he said angrily, "Don't forget the Senate is forcing me to drive the Daionia out of Sicily within a year. Time is running out, so I need to strengthen the attack." "We can't attack anymore, Lord Margot." Pamilka hurriedly advised, "I will write to the Senate and explain to them in detail why we should stop the attack." "It's no use, Hanno and the others will not listen to your explanation." Margot sneered disapprovingly. Pamilka, however, heard a hint of loosening in Margot's words. He then said, "But Lord Esiroba will support me, and there's also Pretacuba, Hearing this, Margot put down the leg of lamb in his hand and said indifferently, "Well, as you said, let's retreat to the west first." Pamilka did not expect Margot, who had always been stubborn, to agree so readily. For a moment he was a little stunned. Of course, he did not know that Margot had already felt a little uneasy after the failed attack on Paragonia. He had already realized that whether it was Serenus or Paragonia, the Dionia had shown a terrible defensive ability. The Carthage army, with many cavalry, especially the Iberian army, had given up their expertise in fighting in the wild and in the mountains, and carried out one cruel siege after another. In fact, they had given up their strengths, and it was not worth it at all. Today's fire had made him make up his mind. "You mean retreat to the west of Sicily?" Pamilka then came back to his senses and looked surprised. He just suggested to stop the attack, but he did not think of completely giving up the achievements of the past few months. "There's nothing we can do about it." Margot did not hide the hatred in his eyes. He slammed his fist on the table. "We are deep in the east, and the transportation line is quite long. The dominance of the Sicilian Sea is still occupied by the Dionia, and the Senate has sent a new fleet to Sardinia. We can only rely on land to transport military food. You should be aware of the size of our army. The amount of rations we consume every day is naturally enormous. Now, we still have to factor in the labor of transporting rations. If not for our rations reserves and the aid from Syracuse, I'm afraid our rations would be extremely tight. Now, Dionia's fleet is intensifying its attacks on our food convoys and our empty rear. As you said, Dionia's defense is very strong. It's impossible for us to capture Catani in a short period of time. Moreover, the main force of Dionia is about to arrive. If there's a problem with the transportation of our rations..." Margot did not continue, but Pamilka could not help but shiver and fell into deep thought. Margot continued to nibble on the leg of lamb until Pamilka made up his mind and said, "Since the situation is so serious, I agree with you. I will write to Lord Esiruba about the situation here. He is experienced and wise. He will definitely understand our current situation and intercede for us in the Senate, reducing the criticism of us by the other senators. However, once we retreat to the west, what will happen to Syracuse?" Margot sneered and said disdainfully, "Syracuse wants to be an ally of Carthage. That's just wishful thinking on their part. The noble Carthage will never be friends with these cunning and shameless Syracuse people. They think I don't know that for such a long time they did not move in tawnies and did not pose any threat to the Dionia allies at all. Are they fighting against Dionia? The casualties of Carthage's merchant ships in the past 10 days due to the storm at sea is more than the number of people who died in the battle at Tanis. Since Syracuse wants to take advantage of our battle with Dionia to preserve their strength and reap more benefits. Haha, they are only fit to be used by us to hold back the reinforcements of Dionia, preventing them from advancing westward at full force." Pamilka looked at the resentful expression on Margot's face and suddenly remembered that Margot and his cousin Himilco had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Syracuse more than 10 years ago. It seemed that Pamilka had been brooding over this, so it was not surprising that he had such an attitude. Moreover, the actions of Syracuse during this period had indeed displeased Pamilka. Therefore, he did not want to persuade Margot to fulfill the covenant. He only reminded him, "Without our support, Syracuse will likely choose to surrender when facing the attack of the Dionysian army alone." Surrender? Become the second Tarentum? Margot suddenly laughed. These shameless Syracuse people think that they are the masters of Sicily and are born nobler than the people of other Sicilian city-states. Will they easily surrender to Dionia? Indeed, for more than 10 years, Syracuse had been surrounded by the increasingly powerful kingdom of Dionia and its allies and friendly city-states. There were even occasional conflicts, which showed how unwilling the people were. Pamilka pondered, but Margot continued, "As long as we, Carthage, maintain our strength, Syracuse will not easily surrender to Dionia. So before we retreat, we must attack Paragonia with all our strength tomorrow." Pamilka was startled and hurriedly said, "The Namibian army has been attacking Paragonia for the past few days and has suffered great losses. With today's fire, if they don't rest and reorganize, I'm afraid that if we want them to immediately attack Paragonia, tomorrow let the Iberian army and the Phoenician army be in charge of the siege." Margot's sudden interruption made Pamilka choke. The more than 10,000 Iberian troops who followed Margot to the Catania plain were very strong, but these days they had been guarding against the reinforcements of Catanai's Dionia and Leontini's barracks to Paragonia. They had not participated in the siege battle, but only fought a few battles with the enemies from the north. The losses were very small, and they could be said to be a fresh army. In order to capture Paragonia, Margot was finally willing to send his own troops to the battlefield, and with the cooperation of the Phoenician army, who was not weak in combat. Pamilka criticized in his heart, but continued to say, "Who will defend the enemies from the two directions of Catanai and Leontini? Relying on these troops who have suffered a lot of losses and low morale after many sieges?" Margot heard a hint of blame in Pamilka's words. He sneered. "Although their siege is blocked, they can still defend. After all, the number of soldiers is greater than the enemy. Haven't the young officers sent by the Senate been clamoring to lead the troops to the battlefield? I will give them a chance." Pamilka was shocked and was about to dissuade him when Margot suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "I have sent a messenger to Agilion to inform Hasdrubal to come here early tomorrow morning with the army. If the enemy of Catanai really dares to attack, we can take advantage of the victory." Speaking of this, Margot looked straight at Pamilka. "Even if we have to retreat, we must let the soldiers understand that there is nothing in Sicily or the western Mediterranean that can stop their attack. Therefore, Paragonia must be destroyed." Bang! Margot slammed his fist on the table. Adjutant Tagro hurried into the hall. "Commander, I have just received a report from a cavalry scout. Brelu led 4,000 soldiers to Paragonia." "What?" Leotychides, who had always been expressionless, could not keep calm at the moment. He said angrily, "Didn't I already order him to stay in the camp and not to lead the army to attack? How dare he violate the military order? Damn it!" After all, Tagru was a broody man, and Brelu was also a broody general whom he respected. He could not help but want to defend Brelu. Maybe it is because Carthage did not rest after the fire at Paragonia and launched a fierce attack on Paragonia today. Brelu is probably worried that Paragonia will be difficult to defend, so he sent troops to disturb the Carthage people and make them not dare to attack the city with all their strength. Although he led few soldiers, he led several attacks these days and was able to return safely. I believe there will be no problem this time. "Stupid," Leotychides said coldly. "In the past, Carthage's cavalry was stationed in the south, and it was difficult for our cavalry scouts to find out the situation at Paragonia. But this time we can easily get it. What does this mean? Moreover, because we burned the weeds on the Catania plains, Carthage's cavalry has been less deep into the hinterland of the plains. Today, a large number of Carthage's cavalry ran to the west of Catania, cutting off our communication with Hina, and we can't find out the enemy's movements in Agilion. What does this mean?" With Leotychides' hint, Tagru thought for a moment and was immediately shocked. This is a trap. "Brelu is in danger. Commander, you should lead troops to save them." Leotychides' face was livid and he did not respond. 2 days later, in the same hall, Leotychides, Tagru, and a few others were no longer there. Amintes, Matones, Lazaro, Olivers, Trotyras, Brelu, and Leotychides, the 3 cavalry commanders, led Cusius and Acidames, the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Cyprian, the commander of the mountain scouts, Izamu, the 2 advisors, Tormid and Printos, and the governor of Sicily, Cypros. The hall was packed to the brim. In the middle of the shining star sat the king of Dionia, Devers. Chapter 948. In the past, even in an important military conference like this, the atmosphere would still be lively to ensure that everyone could express their opinions without restraint. But today, the atmosphere of the conference was quite solemn, and even the coughing was suppressed as much as possible. Only Breru's voice echoed clearly in the hall. The commander in his 50s was standing in the middle of the hall, his head lowered in dejection, and his face expressionless as he recounted the battle 2 days ago. Breru led 4,000 soldiers to reinforce Paragonia. Although they initially defeated the enemies who tried to stop them, it did not take long for them to be surrounded by the Iberian army that rushed over from Aegilion. He urgently arranged the army into a circular formation and tenaciously defended. The battle lasted for more than 40 minutes, and when it seemed that they could not hold on any longer, Leotychides arrived with 10,000 soldiers, but they were soon surrounded by Carthage's army. After fighting for a while, Carthage's attack on them suddenly weakened. Later, they found out that it was because their ally Leotychides had also sent 4,000 reinforcements. Taking advantage of the fact that Carthage's defensive troops were attracted to the north to fight the Ionia reinforcements, they quickly attacked Carthage's siege troops from the east. Carthage, who received the news, hurriedly sent troops to intercept them, thus giving the Dionysian army a chance to breathe, allowing them to persevere in the battle until evening. Cypros saw that the troops that went out of the city had not returned for a long time, and he decisively ordered the defending general to follow the plan that Leotychides had prepared for contingencies. He led the second wave of 6,000 reinforcements, formed by most of the remaining troops in Cadanae and the new barracks, to rush to the battlefield and attack the Iberian army, causing a certain amount of chaos. Leotychides took the opportunity to issue an order to break out of the encirclement. Due to the darkness, the power of the Carthage cavalry was greatly reduced, allowing the Dionysian army to finally retreat to Cadanae after listening to Bream's account. Devers's face was still solemn. He turned to Leotychides beside him and asked, "Is what he said true?" As the commander of a theater of operations, his rank was higher than that of a legion commander. Therefore, Leotychides, the junior high-ranking general of Dionia, sat at the head of the table with Cyprilos, the governor of Sicily, and Sicilian, the commander of the Sicilian fleet. Facing the strange gazes of the other generals, his expression did not change. He answered indifferently, "True." Devers then asked, "How many casualties were there?" Leotychides thought for a moment and said, "As of yesterday, a total of about 6,000 soldiers have not returned." Everyone's heart trembled. Devers sighed. 6,000 people. Perhaps more than half of them were only injured, but because of your defeat, they became Carthage's captives. At this point, he looked at Breru with a sharp gaze. "Tell me, why did you disobey orders and lead the army out on your own?" Breru moved his lips, but did not answer in the end. Devers stared at him for a while without blinking. His right hand began to tap on the back of the chair. He said coldly, "As a legion commander, you may have thought that it was necessary to rescue the legionnaires who were alone in the city of Paragonia. Perhaps the previous few attacks were relatively smooth, so you were confident that you would succeed this time too. Therefore, you ignored the orders of your superiors, ignored the abnormal changes on the battlefield, and rashly led the army out on your own. Not only did you put the 7th Legion in a dangerous situation, but you also forced Persosus to lead the army out to rescue you. Because, as a new commander, if he did not move and let you and the soldiers of the 7th Legion die on the battlefield, even if he had a reason, it would be a stain on his military career. Not only would it make his colleagues unhappy, he would also have to endure the abuse of the citizens, and I'm afraid that he would not be able to stand in the army in the future." Hearing this, Leotychides was a little touched. Not only did the king of Devers fully understand his situation at that time, but he also explained to the generals on his behalf why he had to take the risk of leaving the city to rescue Breru, because these were things that Leotychides could not say directly. Fortunately, Persosus responded appropriately, and the army was eventually able to retreat back to the city. But the disappearance of 6,000 people and the burning of the new barracks, this is still a considerable loss. Devers tapped on the back of the chair harder and harder. He had originally led the army to Sicily with great ambitions, but he did not expect to receive this bad news as soon as he landed. It was as if a can of cold water had been poured on his head, and every time he thought about it, he would be angry and unable to calm down. Tormid, according to the military law, disobeying military orders and causing heavy losses, what punishment should be given? Devers suddenly asked loudly. Tormid's heart tightened. He looked at Breru, who had his head lowered, and said hesitantly, according to the military law of Dionia, disobeying military orders and causing defeat in battle, a light punishment will be dismissal, and a heavy punishment will be death. Amyntas, Matones, and the other generals broke out in cold sweat for Breru. Although he was a Brute, he had been leading the army for more than a decade, and with his honest and hospitable nature, he got along well with these mercenary elders, be it in the army or in the Senate. Then first dismiss Breru from his position as the commander of the 7th Legion. A more detailed punishment will have to wait until after the war is over, and the Ministry of Military Affairs will make a ruling based on the losses caused in this war. Although Devers's tone was cold, Tormid heaved a sigh of relief. Devers chose the lightest punishment. Although he wanted the Ministry of Military Affairs to make a detailed ruling and punishment after the war, how could the Ministry of Military Affairs dare to make a harsher ruling on a Senate elder, a representative of the Brute? Therefore, Devers raised his club high and hit Breru lightly. However, to Amyntas, Matones, and the other commanders, being stripped of their positions was undoubtedly the greatest punishment. Therefore, they felt sorry for Breru, but no one dared to defend him when Devers was furious. Breru, do you accept this punishment? Devers asked coldly. I accept. Breru raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, But I beg your majesty to allow me to continue to participate in the war against the Carthage as a soldier. Hearing his answer, Devers's expression softened a little. Forget about being a soldier. The 7th Legion needs a new commander. You can temporarily be the 2nd adjutant of the 7th Legion and help the new commander to better command the 7th Legion. Are you willing? Although Breru was a little disappointed to be demoted from a commander to a 2nd adjutant with no real power, to be able to continue fighting with the soldiers of the 7th Legion was already an extravagant hope for him now. Therefore he immediately replied, I am willing. Before the new commander arrives, you will temporarily act as the acting commander of the 7th Legion, so you can return to your seat and continue to participate in today's meeting. Yes, your majesty. As Breru returned to his seat, everyone gave him comforting looks. He nodded in acknowledgement, but he did not feel regret in his heart. In addition to the 2 reasons given by the king, there was another important reason why he disobeyed orders and fought without permission. Back then, when the Battle of the Ramada River failed, in order to cover the retreat of the soldiers, Legio IV's commander, Dracos, led the 1st Brigade to stop the pursuers. In the end, they were surrounded by the enemy and they were either killed or captured. Dracos also died in humiliation under the city, and Breru was lucky enough to be rescued in the end. But over the past 10 years, the scene of despair when they were surrounded by the enemy appeared in his dreams countless times. Countless times he thought, if there were reinforcements at that time, Sir Dracos and the 1st Brigade would not. This became a knot in his heart. Therefore, when the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion under his command was trapped in the city of Paragonia and faced a desperate situation, no matter how dangerous it was, he would never let himself stand by and watch. At this moment, the Devers did not care about what Breru was thinking. He looked around at the crowd with a serious expression and said in a cold voice, Everyone, in the upcoming war between us and Carthage, the winner will become the overlord of the Western Mediterranean, gaining vast lands and more wealth, while the loser will not only be greatly weakened, but may even face annihilation. Therefore, whether it is Carthage or us, Dionia, we have to go all out. This will be a long and costly war. Whether it is us or Carthage, the number of people involved in the war will exceed 100,000. 100,000 people. This was not just a huge number. It meant that the scale of the war would increase dramatically. It meant that the consumption of the war would increase dramatically. It meant that the difficulty of controlling the army would increase. It meant that the difficulty of commanding the army would increase. Therefore, in order to ensure the final victory of the kingdom, to avoid the prolongation of the war, and to increase the burden on the kingdom and the people, I request that everyone hear. The Devers's sharp gaze swept across the faces of the generals with distinctive personalities such as Amyntas and Martones, and he suddenly raised his voice. During the military conference, we can discuss, but once a decision is made, even if there are objections, we must execute it meticulously. Only in this way can we ensure the smooth operation of the entire army. If anyone disobeys orders, or does not do their best to execute orders, I can guarantee that the punishment they will receive will be heavier than Breru's. The last sentence of the Devers, that was filled with murderous intent, made everyone's heart tighten. Even the arrogant Amyntas subconsciously did not dare to make eye contact with the Devers at this moment. Suddenly the hall fell silent. The Devers touched his chin and said in a gentle tone, "Tormid, send a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs and immediately summon Xantiparis to Catanai as the commander of the 7th Legion. He has worked hard to establish the Lucania Reserve Legion and previously defeated the Simonians in Campania. He has made brilliant achievements. It is time to give him an official appointment. At the same time, let the Ministry of Military Affairs inform the Lochley Barracks to organize reserve soldiers to Catanai as soon as possible to replenish the number of people in the 7th Legion." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 949. Breru clenched his fists with a slightly gloomy expression. "Everyone." The Devers looked around and said with a serious expression, "When we were fighting in Rome, the Carthage army pretended to besiege Selinus with a large number of troops, but secretly defeated the Sicyer army with a strategy. They led their elite troops to invade the defenseless rear and easily occupied Agrigento, forcing the Prososus army to retreat. After that, they attacked Gera. With roughly the same number of soldiers, they defeated our Sicilian coalition in a head-on battle. After that, although they went through many bitter battles, they finally conquered the city of Paragonia that we had painstakingly built and retreated to the west in time before our main army arrived. From the performance of the Carthage army during this period of time, it is a strong and resilient army. Their commander, Margot, is not only decisive and ruthless, but he also does not lack intelligence. Therefore, they will be a strong opponent for us." Amyntas, Matones, Lazuru, and the other high-ranking generals heard this, and their expressions were also solemn, but their eyes were bursting with fighting spirit. The Devers saw this and felt gratified. He said loudly again, "However, the Carthage army has gone through many bitter battles. Not only are their soldiers tired, but they have also suffered many casualties. They have chosen to retreat to the west to rest and reorganize their troops. They want to reduce the difficulty of food supply, build more defensive facilities, and even take down Selinus. They want to be fully prepared to deal with our upcoming counterattack. However, we will not give them enough time to prepare, so I have decided that all the troops will only rest in Catanai for a day and march to the west the day after tomorrow." The generals heard this and immediately became spirited. "Aizam." The Devers looked at the mountain reconnaissance captain and ordered, "After the end of the meeting, send your men to the south coast and into the central mountains to investigate the movements of the Carthage army and the situation of the Sicyer tribe that betrayed us. Report to me at any time." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Lazaru and Epitines." The Devers continued to order, "The day after tomorrow morning, both of you will lead the Legio III and the Lucania Reserve Army to the west into the central mountains and take back Enna. Take back Capharoitian. Reconquer the Sicyer tribe that rebelled against us. Then wait for an opportunity to threaten the Sican people in the west and the flanks of Carthage's army. Wait for my next order." The Devers looked at the two of them, paused, and said, "Lazaru will be in charge of commanding the army, and Epicthenes will be assisting him. Any objections?" Epithenus shrugged. "I have no objections. I will follow Lazaru's orders." It was not a lie that Epithenus agreed so readily. It was because he did not have a strong desire for power. Otherwise, he would not have taken on any administrative duties other than attending Senate meetings after leaving his position as Legion commander. Instead, he had gained the reputation of being fond of handsome men in Turiae. Moreover, the smart Epithenes understood that the Devers' decision was not because he was biased, but because it was reasonable. After all, the Legio III was a regular army, and he was only the temporary commander of the reserve army. Of course, only Lazzaro, the commander of the Legio III, could be the commander. Besides, most of the soldiers in these two armies were Lucanians, and they were more willing to follow the command of Lazzaro, who was also a Lucanian. Your Majesty. Lazzaro was not happy about the appointment. Instead, he said, I have a request. Speak. Lazzaro said seriously, the Legio III and the Lucania Reserve Army are indeed good at fighting in the mountains. But the biggest problem in fighting in the mountains is the terrain. If the soldiers are not familiar with the terrain, they will easily fail no matter how elite they are. So, I hope that your Majesty can send us some Psyker people as guides. The Devers smiled. You and I have the same idea, but I will not only send you a few guides. As he spoke, he turned to Cyprilos, the governor of Sicily, and said, I heard that when the Carthaginian army invaded our territory, the governor of Hina, Crelu, performed outstandingly and successfully defended against the Carthaginians. Yes, your Majesty. Crelu led the Hina garrison to repel the attacks of Carthage's army several times and defended our territory. According to preliminary estimates, at least 2,000 enemies were killed, Cypros said honestly. After the meeting, I hope that you can appoint a Hina governor adjutant to take over his position temporarily. I need him to organize a Psyker army under Lazzaro's command and attack the west together. I understand. I will arrange it immediately when I get back, Cypros replied. The Devers smiled and asked, Lazzaro, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Lazzaro originally only wanted a few guides, but he did not expect the Devers to give him an army. He could not hide the joy on his face and quickly said, This is great. Thank you, your Majesty. Amintes and Matones looked at him enviously. 2 legions and a Psyker army. Lazzaro must have more than 20,000 soldiers under his command. The Devers continued, The day after tomorrow I will lead the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio IV, 6th Legion, Rome Reserve Brigade, 1st, 2nd, and 4th Cavalry Legions to the west along the south coast. Our final destination is Serenus. As for the 7th Legion and 8th Legion, the Devers looked at the commander of Sicily, who was not far from him, and said, Prosos will be in command. Your mission is to lead these 2 legions, as well as the allied armies of Leontini and Tanis, as well as the allied armies of Agrigento, Gela Minoa, and other allied armies to attack Syracuse. This would also be an army of more than 20,000 soldiers. When the generals looked at this rising star of the army with complicated gazes, Leotychides maintained his poker face and only said softly, Yes. Even the Devers could not help but look at him again. He then turned to the commander of the Sicilian fleet on his right and said, Sicurian! It's the Navy's turn last, Sicurian said excitedly with a hint of complaint in his voice. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Perhaps in the Dionysian army, Sicurian was the only one who dared to speak to the king of Devers in such a tone. The Devers did not mind and said, It's precisely because the Navy's mission is the most important that we put it last. Let me ask you, how many warships are left in the Sicilian fleet? There are 70 warships that can actually fight. Among them, 23 are Raven warships, 19 are fast warships, and the rest are captured Carthage's 3-tiered or warships. Sicurian answered seriously. The 3 fleets that fought against Carthage only had these few warships left, and 2 high-ranking Navy generals had died in battle. It seemed that the Navy had suffered the greatest loss in the war against Carthage, and had also exhausted the nation's resources the most. The Devers sighed in his heart, but maintained his composure, and said, Let me tell you a piece of good news. Within a month, the newly built warships will be added to the Sicilian fleet. This will increase the number of warships under your command to at least 300. Sicurian was not surprised by this news. In fact, ever since he returned, he had been paying attention to the construction of warships in the kingdom. Also, it's not just this month. The newly built warships will be added to the Sicilian fleet one after another until the war ends. The Dever's next words finally made Sicurian smile. However, the Dever's expression became even more solemn, and his voice became even more powerful. However, as the Sicilian fleet becomes stronger, you will have to shoulder more responsibilities. You have to actively cooperate with the land forces and continue to harass Western Sicily. Continue to defeat Carthage's new fleet. After completely controlling the entire Sea of Sicily, he would further obtain the dominance of the sea between Carthage and Sicily. He would cut off Carthage's material transportation route to the west of Sicily, and he might even be able to threaten Carthage's territory in the future. This is my request for the Sicilian fleet. Can you do it? Sicurian felt a sense of pressure at first, but then he became excited and said loudly, "Your Majesty, even if you add another request for the Sicilian fleet to independently attack the affiliated towns of Carthage or the towns of its allies, the Sicilian fleet will definitely be able to do it." Some of the generals present were displeased. What did Sicurian mean by this? Did he want the navy to take away all the work of the army? The Devers very much admired Sicurian's confidence. He nodded and continued, "This time I will lead the army to the west. You will also lead the fleet to escort the ships carrying supplies along the south coast and accompany the land forces to ensure the absolute safety of the ships when they dock, unload supplies, build camps, and so on." "Yes, Your Majesty," Sicurian replied straightforwardly. The Devers then turned to look at Cypros on his left and said, "Seriously, you will be very busy as the governor of Sicily. The number of soldiers participating in this war is unprecedentedly large, which means that the consumption of rations and supplies is equally shocking. Whether they can be collected and transported well, you will need to build an efficient team to ensure the supply of the army in a timely and rapid manner. This is my responsibility as the governor of Sicily. Previously, when Commander Prosos was fighting at the front, I led the officers in Cadani to ensure the supply of rations and supplies to the army under his jurisdiction. I have accumulated a lot of experience, and I believe that this time we will be able to successfully complete the task." Cypros said confidently, "And I will maintain close contact with the Senate to ensure that the rations and supplies from all over the kingdom will be delivered to Port Cadani in a timely manner." Chapter 950. The Devers had no doubt about Cypros's ability, so he only gave him a brief reminder before he shifted his gaze to the front and said in a heavy tone, "Everyone, before we march towards Carthage's army, we and all the soldiers who are about to fight against the enemy have an important thing to do. Go to Paragonia and pay our respects to all the soldiers of the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion and the 2 reserve brigades of Cadani, who defended the city tenaciously and finally died heroically in battle." After the military conference, the Devers stayed behind to express their sincere gratitude to Cypros and Leotychides, thanking them for shouldering the heavy responsibility of defense alone when the main forces of Dionia were unable to reinforce Sicily. Not only did they successfully resist the invasion of Carthage's army, they ensured the integrity of the territory of Sicily, but they also dealt a heavy blow to Carthage's army, which greatly exceeded the Devers' expectations. In the face of the Devers' generous praise, Cypros was very humble. Lord Prosos contributed the most to Sicily being able to hold on until Your Majesty arrived. If not for his decisive attack, defeating Carthage's army in Minoa, capturing Selinus, and disrupting the entire western region, Leotychides interrupted. If not for Lord Cypros's full support and guarantee, I would not have dared to lead the army to attack, especially when Carthage's army invaded the Cadani plains. It was all because of Lord Cypros's understanding and reassurance of the people in the city that I was able to defend Cadani until today." The Devers looked at the two of them with a smile and said, "Everyone says that Prosos is difficult to approach and not easy to deal with, but I see that both of you are working very well together." Cypros looked at Leotychides and defended him. "Your Majesty, everyone may have misunderstood. Lord Prosus is not sociable because he devotes all his energy to military research." "Of course I know that." Devers smiled, then took the opportunity to change the topic to the upcoming battle. "What do you guys think about attacking Syracuse?" After staying in Cadanae for so many years, Leotychides had, of course, pondered over how to attack this neighbor that had many disputes with Cadanae in his spare time. He even disguised himself and went south several times to secretly investigate the city defense of Syracuse. After receiving the appointment from the Devers, he had a preliminary plan of attack in his mind. Therefore, he immediately said, "Your Majesty, according to previous intelligence, Syracuse can organize at least 20,000 soldiers. If it is to defend the city, the number of soldiers will only be more. However, the citizens of Syracuse lack sufficient military training. Moreover, they have not experienced any major battles in the past 10 years, so they lack sufficient combat experience. They definitely do not dare to leave the city to fight us. They only know how to defend the city. Although the walls of Syracuse are tall and sturdy, I am confident that I can take them down." At this point, Leotychides turned around and yelled at Tagru, who was waiting outside the door, "Bring me the defensive map of Syracuse from my room." Leotychides suddenly yelled in front of the Devers. This behavior was extremely rude, but the Devers did not mind. He even stopped Henneborus from reprimanding him and listened attentively to the young commander who was already immersed in his thoughts. "As your Majesty will lead the army to the west to fight against the Carthage, the east is temporarily free from the threat of the Carthage. Moreover, it is currently the slack season. We can gather more people from Naxos, Sicily, Cadanae, Leontini, Tanis, Sycere, and even Agrigento and Gela, who have fled to join in the siege of Syracuse." While Leotychides was talking incessantly about his ideas, Tagru had already brought over the wooden map. He immediately placed it on the table and pointed at it, saying, "Your Majesty, please take a look. Syracuse is a large city with a large area. Its walls are not short either, but more than half of them are built on the coast and hills. There are two main sections that are suitable for an army to attack the city. The first section is the eastern wall, mainly the section near Herxagate near Tanis. This section is about a mile long. The other section is the western wall, from Puskagate south to the main port of Syracuse. This section is about 4 miles long. My plan to attack the city is the main force formed by the 7th and 8th Corps will set up camp here." Leotychides pointed at the flat area between the west of Syracuse and the Aropus River on the map. "But there is the Luxami swamp nearby. It is very easy for the soldiers to be infected with the plague." Cypros, who was also looking at the map, had a change in expression. He loudly reminded, "You must know that Carthage's army had attacked Syracuse twice in the past, but they were all tormented by the plague and eventually suffered a crushing defeat. Of course, I know the dangers of the Luxami swamp." Leotychides explained confidently, "It is almost November now. The weather is starting to turn cold, and the number of mosquitoes has decreased. Moreover, the citizens of Syracuse have been constantly developing the swamp, and its area is much smaller than it was 10 years ago. Moreover, our soldiers have been specially trained to deal with such harsh terrain in their daily military training. I think it will not cause any problems for the army to set up camp." Upon hearing this, Devers recalled the battle report he had received from Samones when he was in Rome. Alexis led the army into the mountains and also set up camp near the swamp. There were no major problems, so he agreed and said, "As long as you are fully prepared, I think it should not be a problem for the army to set up camp here. Continue." Another army, made up of some of the reserve soldiers from our Sicilian territory, the soldiers from our allies and allies will be stationed near Tanis. According to the treaty, the commander of such a mixed army must be a general of Dionia, and the high-ranking generals have basically all been appointed. In order to ensure that the attack on the east of Syracuse can be carried out smoothly, I think. Leotychides hesitated for a moment, which was rare for him, Can Brero temporarily take up this position? Both Devers and Cypros were shocked when they heard this. Devers looked at him with interest. They all say that Prosos is cold, but I didn't expect him to be so compassionate. He wants to use this opportunity to let Brero perform a meritorious deed and reduce the public's criticism of him, so that he can reduce his punishment after the war ends. Being stared at by divers, Leotyzides felt slightly unnatural. The reason why he made this suggestion was partly because of the upcoming battle, but more importantly, it was to make up for the guilt in his heart. Because in this military conference he suddenly realized that under the pressure of the Carthaginian army, no matter who was in Brero's position, they would face the same predicament. Brero led the 7th Legion to help, and it just so happened that he took the brunt of the problem for him. Devers coughed dryly. I can understand your feelings of wanting to help Brero, but if we let him lead the army, it will confuse everyone, and the previous punishment will be meaningless. So I cannot agree to it. The commander of the army on the east can be Xanthippus. He led a mixed army to conquer the towns of Samnites in Campania, and should have some experience in this. During the attack on Syracuse, you will temporarily take his place as the commander of the 7th Legion. Yes, your majesty. Leotychides' expression did not change. I heard that when your majesty led the army to Cadanae, there was a team of a few hundred engineers and skilled craftsmen. I hope that your majesty can let this team assist us in building various siege weapons to reduce the difficulty of the siege, and thus put more pressure on Syracuse. Of course, that's not a problem. Devers nodded in agreement, and then asked, Your attack will be focused on these 2 sections of the wall, but I'm afraid you won't neglect the other sections of Syracuse's walls, right? As expected of a general who had won every battle, his senses were sharp. Leotychides thought for a moment and said, Apart from the wall on the coast, the other sections of the wall are built on high ground, making it more difficult to attack. However, I'll also send soldiers to attack, distract Syracuse's forces, and confuse them. On the map, the east and west sections of Syracuse's walls were along the edge of Epal highlands, extending diagonally to the north and finally converging, looking like a pointed hat. Leotychides pointed at the point where the walls converged and said in a deep voice, It said that when Athens besieged Syracuse, the people of Syracuse realized that they must not let the enemy occupy the highest point of the city, Epal highlands. Therefore, after Dionysius became the overlord, he mobilized the people of Syracuse to surround the entire Epal highlands with walls, making it a part of the city. The highest point of the city is the west side of the Euryalus Peak. Dionysius called this place the key to Epal and Syracuse, which was why he built a fortress here. However, Epal was sparsely populated, and this place was even more uninhabited because it was 5 to 6 miles away from the main city of Syracuse, making transportation inconvenient. Although Dionysius believed that its location was important, no enemy had attacked this place all these years, and the people of Syracuse didn't seem to care about it. I've investigated this place a few times, and the walls on the west side of the Euryalus Peak have been in disrepair for many years. The number of sentries on the walls never exceeded 10, and most of them stayed in the fortress, rarely patrolling the entire section of the wall. It seems like they're very confident in the defense of this area. However, the west side of the Euryalus Peak isn't more than 200 meters high, and it's not difficult to climb. Chapter 9:51. So, you plan to have the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade attack this section of the wall and open up a gap in the defense of Syracuse. Devers suddenly interrupted. Yes, your majesty. I hope that you can let Iazem lead a portion of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade to assist us in attacking the city. Leotychides took over the conversation and made a request. It seems that after the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade's numerous military achievements in the Latin region, they're going to make a name for themselves in Sicily. I agree to have 500 soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade temporarily listen to your orders during the attack on Syracuse. Devers readily nodded in agreement because he felt that Leotychides' battle plan was feasible. He also reminded Syracuse is a large city. Even if the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade occupies the fort on the west side of Euryalus, you just said that this area is narrow and difficult to pass through. It is also remote. When the people of Syracuse receive the news, they can also use their sufficient manpower to seal off this narrow area and recapture it again. Therefore, you need to repeatedly think and deduce how to make use of this opportunity to achieve victory and ultimately occupy the entire city. You need to repeatedly think and deduce carefully to perfect your plan. Leotychides listened and fell into deep thought. Is there anything else that I can help with? Devers asked again in a serious manner. Leotychides shook his head at first, then suddenly thought of something and said, Your Majesty, I am very worried that when we break through the city of Syracuse, the Greek Cuses will firmly defend Ortygia Island. Ortygia Island is easy to defend and difficult to attack. I am afraid that it will not be able to be conquered in a short period of time. Ortygia Island. Devers subconsciously touched his chin. He vaguely remembered that in the history of his previous life, the people of Rome were obstructed by Ortygia Island. It took them a few years to finally completely conquer the city of Syracuse. Archimedes played a big role in this. He waved his hand and said, If this really happens, there is no need to forcefully attack Ortygia Island and besiege it. In fact, it was also relatively easy to besiege. As long as a wall was built on the isthmus, it could be isolated. By occupying the main city of Syracuse and its port, we have completely eliminated the potential threat that Syracuse's army and navy poses to us. By sealing off Ortygia Island for a year or two, it will eventually surrender. Your Majesty, when that time comes, I'm afraid that they won't be able to hold on for a year or two with the current population and food situation on Ortygia. Cypros interrupted with a smile. By the way, Cypros, do you have any suggestions for attacking Syracuse? Devers looked at him. Cypros said unhurriedly, Your Majesty, in the past 20 years, Syracuse has truly been conquered twice, both due to internal strife, referring to the riots that occurred in the city during the Southern Italian War that overthrew the rule of Dionysius, and a few years later, the riots that occurred in the city again drove Herolas away. I was wondering if we can think of a way to attack Syracuse in this aspect? Devers' eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted, so he smiled and encouraged him. Can you tell me more specifically what you think? Your Majesty, although Syracuse's strength has recovered over the past decade or so, compared to the time when Dionysius and Herolas ruled, Syracuse today lacks a powerful political figure. During peacetime, the General Executive Committee and the Council of Councils hold power in Syracuse. During times of war, the General Executive Committee plays an important role, and this committee is made up of 20 generals. According to the information I have received, it is made up of 3 major forces. The Democrats, led by Chief General Tiagenes, the centrist faction made up of former comrades of Herolas and important officials during his rule, and the Port Commoners. They each represent the interests of a portion of the people in Syracuse. Cypros, who had been the governor of Catarni for many years, had also done a lot of research on this neighbor to the south. He laid out his thoughts that he had carefully considered. Whether it was during Dionysius's reign or during Herolas's rule, the Democrats were always suppressed and were the weakest. But it was also because of this that Tiagenes was able to remain as the chief general. The centrist faction is the strongest, but the situation is also the most complicated. They are all people who have benefited greatly from Herolas's rule, but some agree with Herolas's way of ruling, and some are against it, even inciting rebellions. This includes former close friends of Herolas, so they often fail to reach a consensus in the council. The Port Commoners, on the other hand, Cypros paused for a moment before continuing. It was with our help that they united and formed a powerful force that played an important role in the later stages of the Southern War. But as an independent political force, they were naturally ostracized by the traditional forces in Syracuse. From the composition of the General Executive Committee, it can be seen that the Port Commoners have never elected more than 3 generals, which is not commensurate with their strength. Over the past 2 years, there have been some changes. Originally, the people of Syracuse elected Tiagenes as the chief general to maintain the political stability of Syracuse, but they underestimated Tiagenes' ability to stir up trouble. On one hand, he took advantage of the fact that the people of Syracuse despised the Port Commoners to win over the middle faction and ostracize the Port Commoners. Not only did he reduce the number of generals elected by the Port Commoners to only one, he also had people propose and pass several bills in the council that were unfavorable to the Port Commoners. Some of the benefits originally given to the Port Commoners in Herolis were retaken back and given back to the citizens of the city, making his reputation in Syracuse even higher. On the other hand, he took advantage of the conflict between the middle faction to divide and win over some of the middle faction, making some of them reach an agreement with him on certain interests. So his influence in the General Executive Committee and the council grew, and he was even able to convince them to form an alliance between Syracuse and Carthage and declare war on Dionia. Of course, Devers knew about the situation in Syracuse. He said in a light tone, "It seems that General Tiagenes is very ambitious. He wants to use this war to win more reputation for himself. Maybe he wants to become the second Herolis, or even the second Dionysius. This is also the tradition of Syracuse. They always walk a fine line between democracy and dictatorship. In times of peace, they choose a democratic government, but in times of crisis, there will be people who want to be a dictatorship," Cypros added. "To be a dictatorship in Syracuse, one must have strong willpower and courage, and this Tiagenes." Devers's lips curled up slightly. Although he is shrewd and cunning, which allowed him to achieve some of his goals, it is all petty tricks. At least, I do not see him as having the strategic vision and courage of Dionysius and Herolis. I am afraid he never thought that Carthage's army would retreat so quickly, leaving Syracuse to face our wrath alone. Your Majesty, the political scene in Syracuse is indeed divided, squeezed, and complicated. There is also a strong opposition among the people, and there is a lack of a strong person to lead and unite them. But based on the tradition of Syracuse, we do not know if the war will lead to more internal conflict, or if it will lead them to unite. Cypros reminded solemnly, "Just because the war may lead to more unity among the people of Syracuse, should we stop attacking them?" Leotychides listened for a long time and could not help but refute. "As long as we have a complete battle plan and well-trained soldiers, we do not need to think too much about these things. Syracuse City will be conquered by us. Don't get worked up, Prosis. Cypros just wants to cause chaos in Syracuse, weaken their defense, and let us take over the city as soon as possible," explained Dives. "Cypros just wants to cause chaos in Syracuse, weaken their defense, and let us take over the city as soon as possible." He paused and looked at Cypros. "Are you planning to rope in the civilians of Port Syracuse and destroy the friendly relationship between the Democrats and the middle parties? Your Majesty is wise," Cypros flattered, and then said, "The civilians of Port Syracuse have been oppressed all these years, and there must be a lot of resentment. Most of them are poor and freedmen, and they do not cherish the glory of Syracuse in the past and are more easily moved by benefits. We have a good relationship with them in the past, and now, as long as we give them enough promises, I believe they will make the right choice. Some of the methods that Tiagenes has used against the middle parties in the past have probably caused some dissatisfaction, and now that his plan has failed and Syracuse is being attacked by the kingdom alone, as long as your Majesty allows Xenophanes to secretly send people to incite the people in Syracuse City, there will naturally be people who will seize the opportunity to attack Tiagenes." Cypros' plan needed to rely on Xenophanes, the head of the intelligence department in Sicily, to carry it out, but the intelligence department was directly under the command of King Devers, and he had no right to command them, so he could only ask for instructions from Devers. Devers listened, thought for a moment, and said, "Both of your suggestions are good. We will use political means to break the unity of the people of Syracuse, and a military attack will successfully promote us to rope in and divide the enemy, thus speeding up the conquest of Syracuse." Therefore, I have decided that the two of you and Xenophanes will form a team to target Syracuse, and Cypros will be in charge. You will discuss a perfect plan together and coordinate with each other during the implementation until Syracuse is conquered. What do you think, Prososus? Leotychides was a little conflicted. He did not want his military command to be interrupted, but he also knew that if this plan was successful, the time to conquer Syracuse would be greatly advanced, and he would be able to participate in the attack on Carthage's army earlier, and his wish to avenge the deaths of Paragonia's soldiers as soon as possible. He subconsciously looked at Cypros. Chapter 952. Cypros said sincerely, "Don't worry, Lord Perseus. I will not interfere with your military command." Leotychides nodded in agreement, as he had worked well with Cypros over the past few years. The Devers smiled and encouraged them. "I hope that you can continue to cooperate with Cypros in this attack on Syracuse. Capture Syracuse as soon as possible and get rid of the hidden danger in the rear of the army. Then, lead the army to the west and meet up with me." After the conversation, the Devers left Cypros alone again. Just when Cypros thought that the Devers were going to give him advice on the political plan against Syracuse, the Devers asked in a deep voice, "How are the people in the city feeling now?" Cypros was stunned. Since the outbreak of the war, the territory of Sicily has suffered a lot of losses, especially Cadanae. Not only were their houses and fields damaged and looted, but their citizens also suffered the most casualties. They must have a lot of complaints against the kingdom, right? The Devers asked again in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Cypros had come back to his senses and understood what the Devers were worried about. He said, truthfully, "Your Majesty, if the war with Carthage had broken out a few years ago, the territory of Sicily would have been in turmoil and chaos. But after the Laodicean incident, Your Majesty, you decisively dealt with a group of officials and old nobles in the territory of Sicily, readjusted the land policy, strengthened the governance of the cities in Sicily, and allowed the 8th Legion to conquer the rebellious Sycir people. The territory of Sicily has become more stable. After a few years of development, the people of Sicily have also become more loyal to the kingdom. However, even so, when the war broke out and the people learned that Carthage's army had landed in Sicily and the kingdom did not send any reinforcements, there were still some complaints, thinking that the kingdom did not pay enough attention to the place and disregarded their safety. Fortunately, Lord Perseus had dealt a heavy blow to Carthage's army in Minoa, and the Third Fleet had defeated Carthage's fleet in the north coast, giving the people some confidence in the war. But then a storm destroyed the Sicilian fleet, plunging the people of Cadanae into grief, as more than 5,000 sailors from Cadanae died at sea. After that, Persosus was defeated in the Battle of Gela. Carthage's army invaded the Catania plain and caused great destruction. The people were furious and lost their minds. They gathered at the city hall to protest, demanding that Persosus lead his troops out of the city and drive away the Carthage cavalry that was wreaking havoc on the plain. Fortunately, Xenophanes had his subordinates secretly guide public opinion, and the officials were also trying their best to appease them, so the situation was under control. Later, when Paragonia was burned to the ground, the people of Cadanae mourned for the 2,000 Cadanae citizens who died in battle. At the same time, many people realized that if it were not for Persosus defending the city, Cadanae might have suffered the same tragic fate. So some people came to the city hall to apologize. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. As you arrived in Cadanae a day early, most of the people in Cadanae were mourning their loved ones who had died in the war and had no time to organize. So the scene that greeted you at the port was a little cold. But this does not mean that the people of Cadanae have any opinions about you. As far as I know, they were very excited when they heard that you had led the army here, because it means that they can finally get rid of the threat of the Carthage people and can begin to rebuild their homes. They are also eager for you to avenge them. You must know that the people of the city hate the Carthage people very much." After listening, the Devers was silent for a while, and then asked softly, "So far, how many people of Cadanae have died in the war?" Including the sailors who drowned in the 2 naval battles, about 10,000 people died. In addition, more than 2,000 people were injured and could no longer fight. The Devers sighed. For this war, the people of Kadani have sacrificed a lot. But now that the national treasury is tight, I'm afraid that we can't give enough compensation to the families of the deceased in a short time. How about this? Give me a list of the people who died in the war, and try to gather the families of the soldiers and sailors who died in the local council. I will be there to express my condolences and gratitude. Your Majesty, if you express your condolences to them personally, they will definitely feel very comforted. But Cypros looked troubled. The local council hall can only accommodate 400 people at most, and the number of the families of the dead and wounded is far more than 10,000, I'm afraid. Then let them enter the hall in batches, and I will express my condolences in batches. But in this way, Your Majesty, Cypros said worriedly. The Devers understood what he was worried about, and said firmly, Don't worry about me, they have lost their families for the kingdom. There is nothing sadder than this. As long as they can get some comfort, it's nothing for me to be tired. I understand, Your Majesty, I will arrange it well. Cypros stood up and bowed respectfully. At noon the next day, Dionia's 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio 3, Legio 4, Legio 6, 7th Legion, 8th Legion, Lucania Reserve Legion, 1st, 2nd, and 4th Cavalry Legions, Rome Reserve Brigade, and Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade arrived in front of the city of Paragonia. Then, according to orders, the troops spread out in formation, surrounded the city, and began to enter the city carefully. A month ago, Paragonia was a new fortress with a perfect defense system, but now it had become a ruin. The traps had been cleared, the abatis had been uprooted, the trenches had been filled, and arrows, javelins, stone bullets, swords, spears, and spears could be seen on the ground from time to time. The soil under the city had even turned blood red, dried up, and the sturdy outer walls had become dilapidated. The soldiers did not need to go through the city gates to enter the city, but they had to be careful because the broken walls were still falling stones and dust from time to time. After entering the city, the soldiers were shocked. There were no houses, no streets. Everything had turned into ashes, and there was only scorched black in front of them. Max followed his comrades, carefully bypassing the piles of charred ruins, the lamenting voices of his comrades ringing in his ears. After a few days of frequent interaction and language stimulation, he could roughly understand a few Greek words such as fire and battle. Combined with the scene he saw outside the city, he was also shocked. What kind of tragic battle had happened here? Not long after, they came to the inner city wall, which was also in ruins, and the walls were also scorched black. After passing through the gap and entering the inner city, the ground changed from black to blood red again, and in the center of the inner city stood a half-collapsed tower, and on the ground around the tower there were many crossed wooden pillars. The sharp-eyed soldiers could clearly see the blood stains on the wooden pillars and the remnants of iron nails and ropes on both ends of the wooden pillars. A terrible picture suddenly appeared in their minds, and there was a commotion among the troops. At this moment, the Devers, dressed in military uniform, climbed to the top of the tower that had been urgently repaired, and there were more than a dozen telepathic messengers following him. The troops gradually quieted down, and the soldiers, under the command of the team officers, lined up in a more compact formation with the tower as the center. Max looked up at the tower like the other soldiers. This was the second time he saw the king of Dionia, but the situation was different from the situation at the bonfire party. At this time, the king looked majestic and solemn. Citizens of Dionia. The Devers' voice was loud and full of energy, but he spoke slowly to ensure that the telepathic messengers could accurately help him to pass the message. The land you are standing on now was guarded by the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion and the 2 reserve brigades of Catani a month ago. There were only 3,000 soldiers in total, and the enemy they faced was Carthage's 100,000 troops. However, these brave warriors were not afraid and repeatedly repelled the enemy's fierce attacks, resisting the Carthage army for more than 20 days. At the most dangerous time, they even risked their lives to ignite a fire in the city, giving the Carthage army a heavy blow. In the end, because the difference in military strength was too great, Carthage used the tactic of numbers to conquer the small city. But these brave warriors fought to the end, and not a single one of them surrendered, watering this land with all their blood. Hearing these words, the soldiers subconsciously lowered their heads and stared at the reddish-brown ground. In fact, not all the defenders of Paragonia died in the battle. When the inner city was breached and Carthage rushed into the tower, the few remaining Ionia soldiers who were extremely tired and wounded chose to surrender. It was just that after Carthage's men captured them, they were cruelly tortured, and the Devers here glorified all of them. The Carthage people, the fierce and cruel Carthage people, the Devers said angrily, they actually committed heinous crimes. They actually nailed the bodies of the brave warriors to the crosses. Yes, it's the wooden stakes in front of you. When the reinforcements came to clean up the battlefield, their bodies were already too horrible to look at. The soldiers under the tower were in an uproar, and voices of indignation rose. Divers intentionally waited for a while. Then he shouted passionately, "Why did the Carthaginians, who boasted that they had the most splendid culture in the western Mediterranean, do such evil things that even the barbarians wouldn't do? It's because our brave warriors used their flesh and blood to stop the Carthage army here for more than 20 days, destroying the Carthage people's plan to capture Cadonai and expel the people of the kingdom out of Sicily. It's because our brave warriors only relied on this small city to cause far more casualties than the Carthage army. It's because our brave warriors stationed here only have 3,000 people. But in the face of the attack of 100,000 people, they created such a brilliant record, which made the Carthage people panic.